Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops. They ever cross the line? The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecap. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecap.
All right, everybody. How y'all doing today on this beautiful Thursday evening out here? We're not going to be too long. We're going to be strong, but we're not going to be long tonight. We're just going to talk about a couple of things, man. I just saw a couple of things today that really irked me, man. I was like, wow. I didn't put this video up yet, man, because I haven't uploaded it yet. I haven't edited it yet, but today I was in the field today. You know, man, I decided, hey, there's a little spot I like out here, closer to downtown LA. So I decided what I'm gonna do is I was gonna go down there, but I'll tell you that. But let's take care of some business first, and then I'll start talking about that. First of all, we want to thank Brother Eric, man, for letting us use this, his song "Relapse." We're gonna thank him for that, man, and we always appreciate him and what he invested in this situation with us, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, appreciate you for that, brother. Let's see. Go over to 16 to Life, the YouTube page. Go check the brother out. You know, man, the brother's page is blowing up, man, like crazy, man. Guess people like to hear a rags to riches story, man, or down bad to down good story, up good. So, go over there and check Brother Eric out, man. A lot of funny stories, a lot of good stories. Plus, Brother Eric's a good dude, man. Really good dude, man. So if you go check him out, like I said, he did the crime, did the time, and he got smart, and he got out, man. He hit the bricks again. He was supposed to do life, but he hit the bricks. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. But thank you for using, and he got a lot of other good music too over there. So go check him out over there, 16 to Life, the YouTube page. All right, that's Brother Eric, man. All right, y'all. Well, first I got to check everybody in, man. I got to check everybody in. Okay, first on the docket is our resident sniper, Risa Neal, man. Risa is here in the building, so I guess the trolls must know. Coming here to troll, man. We got somebody that's gonna deal with you, man. If you're nice, maybe you get a warning. But I can't promise what Risa gonna do. Risa got a free hand to move how she wants. So my suggestion, just be on your best behavior, just be on good behavior. We don't ask people to be, kiss our asses over here. We just want you to be respectful. With the kind of respect you would want coming your way, we want to give you that respect. We want that respect coming our way. And that's all. If we're not going to tolerate people getting bullied or attacked or all of that, no, you can question somebody. We're not opposed to you questioning and squaring up with their position. But personal attacks, we're not going to put up with that. We're not doing that. We don't do that over here. There's a whole group of guys over here in Black YouTube that do all that stuff, where they talk about your family, your girlfriend, your daughter, your wife, and all that. We don't do all that here. We're going to get your position. We don't even want you. We want your position. Your position is this, then you're going to have to back it up and tell us why it's like that, right? But we ain't asking. We ain't not unjust. We're not asking you for anything that you don't, we don't want you to give us, which is respect. That's the first thing, right? But in the unfortunate situation where somebody don't want to be respectful, we got somebody that's going to scoop you up out of here real quick. so shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building, man? Diamond Axe in the building. Diamond said, Clarence, you back starting up trouble. I know I do, man. But you know what? Diamond, man, I just ask questions that, the bigger YouTubers don't ask, because the community needs to know what's going on. I would think they would need to know. They should know what's going on and why things are the way they are. And sometimes some of the bigger YouTubers, they will minimize the situation and say, I got the answer. Just buy this book or this course or whatever, right? Or just get in my Patreon and I'll show you videos of me repeating what CNBC said or whatever, right? Get in my Patreon. So I think that the people, especially the young men out here, man, they making critical, life-changing mistakes out here, man. And it's just like, and the young sisters too. I don't want to just leave it on the young men, but the young sisters too. They're making critical, life-changing mistakes. And I think that there should be some place where they could at least address it. And we address it, I think we do it honestly. And with all the people we have here, we can put our heads together and put all that knowledge and all that pain. We can try to guide you away from the rocks on the bottom of the cliff here. All right, but that's Risa Neal. That's Diamond. Shout out to Diamond Axe. Good to have you in the building again, my brother. Who else is in the building? Von Bryan is in the building. Says green, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Shout out to Von Bryan, man. That's my brother right there. Shout out to Von Bryan. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Who else in the building? Oh, Sister Annie's in the building. Excuse me. Brother Clarence, you better not go over 3 hours. I'm gonna try, Sister Annie. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we don't go that long, but we'll see what happens, man. If we in the middle of pulling somebody out of the fire, we might have to do like Bolo and them, right? I just plan on going 2 hours and then it goes 6-7 hours, right? Because you're pulling people out the fire, right? When you pulling them out the fire, we can't stop, right? Tell them, Bolo, we can't stop. We got one on the string. We can't stop. We got to pull that one out. We got to keep going till we get that one all the way out of the water, right? All the way out of the fire. But shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? Brother Bolo TV is in the building. Shout out to Bolo TV. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV in the village, get on over there and check them out, man. It's amazing what they got going over there, man. And like I said, man, Bolo, we are like the same. we're the same in this regard where man, we will leave the 99 to go get that one, right? So then he said, if there's no smoke, 3 hours, Mr. Brother Clarence. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I got to give her a salute on that one. Yes, ma'am. We'll cut it in 3 hours. We'll try. All right, y'all. Shout out to Bolo TV, by the way. So this is what we're going to do, y'all. We're going to look at a couple of different things. And we're going to find out why the men. Now, let me tell you a story, okay? So today I'm out and about. I said, you know what? I'm sitting here in the office. I said, man, you know what? Let me go and try and get some of this lunch, man, from this place that I just found out about a couple of weeks ago, over here in Little Ethiopia, down almost close to downtown. I said, let me go on over that way. And, because I'm in the hood, man, so I got to go way over there. So I said, I'm going to ride my bike, right? Hey, I'm going to ride my bike. Since I got over, I got one of my bikes. I'm going to ride one of my bikes. So I get on my bike and I said, oh, this is kind of far ride. So I said, let me take the bus some of the way, right? So I get on the bus and I go up there and I get the food, right? A couple of burritos. I come back. And, now on the way back, I rode the bike a lot on the way back. On the way up there, I rode, I took the bus most of the way. But on the way back, I rode my bike a lot of the way. So anyway, as I'm riding, so I rode my bike and I get to Crenshaw Boulevard. I said, okay, I'm on Crenshaw. I said, let me just take the Crenshaw bus down to where I need to get off at, right? So I'm on Crenshaw. And, I'm on Crenshaw and I get to Crenshaw and Slauson, right? I could see Nipsey Hussle's building from there, right? By the way, they refurbishing that situation. So that area should be open soon, if it's not already. But anyway, I had to actually go there and check some equipment there about maybe a couple months ago. So the guy that was security over there was telling me, hey, he said, yeah, they working on it, man. They're going to get it together so they can have some, rent it out to businesses. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. Anyway, I'm on Slauson and Crenshaw on the bus, right? And so, you know how you got to put your bike in the front thing. All right, so I had to put my bike in the front thing or whatever, right? So I'm just chilling, right? And as we get up to, we pull up to the corner of Crenshaw and Slauson, I see this dude, and he's about to get into this truck, right, at the bus stop, right? It's dudes at the bus stop. This sister jumps and tries to pull him out of the truck, right? Now, me and the bus driver, because I'm standing in the front of the bus, I can keep an eye on my bike. The bus driver's right there, and I asked her, I said, did you just see what I just saw? And what happened was, old girl tried to pull the dude out of the car, and he just turned around and just mopped. He just mopped her. Boom! Knocked her on the ground, right? I mean, she went back and everything. Pow! Head on the ground. Head hit the ground and everything, right? And so me and the bus driver, she like, yeah. So we watching this, man, as we pulling up, right? Because we are, we were at the red light, but we watching all this going on before the light turned green so we can get over there, right? About 6 or 7 dudes out there, right? So she ran up to the truck that the dude was trying to get into. She went in and it was actually was able to pull him out of the vehicle, right? Man, let me tell you something, man. This dude stood up. He got his balance. He pulled back. Mop! He lifted her off her feet, man. But me and the bus driver, everybody, we were just watching this, man, at the red light, right? From across the intersection. So he mopped, right? Now she hit her head. Now, remember, people have died from hitting their heads on the back of these curves, right? So he hit her. She hit her head on the back of the curve. But hey, the black woman, man, I don't know, man. She's supernatural, man. She hit her head like that. She just got up, right? She just got right back up, went right back after the dude, right? Now the dude is fighting her. He on the ground with her. He rolling around on the ground with her. That's about 6 or 7 black dudes there, right? I would say the average age of those dudes is probably about 35, right? One older gentleman. Well, I would say two, but the main one was the one older gentleman was the one that went up and literally they had to pull this dude off of the girl, right? They had to pull her off. And he was fighting this chick like she was a dude. She had no chance. She was like a foot smaller. He outweighed her by about at least 70, 80 pounds. She had no chance, but she was still, scrapped trying to get in there with him, right? So they pulled her off. Shout out to Don Frank, by the way. So they pulled this chick pulled the dude off the chick, right? So he commences to getting back into the car because the dude's waiting for him. The dude had pulled over and was waiting for him to get back into the vehicle, right? So she went back and jumped on the vehicle again. There was a truck, right? So they got running boards on the bottom. You can stand on the running boards, right? She got on the running board and started standing on the running board. Man, he mopped her again off the running boards, right? But the point was, after a while, the dudes that was trying to break it up said, hey, they just like, okay, we don't put this dude off of you. You still going back over there to him. At what point is our obligation over? Or do we have an obligation? If you see somebody getting the snot beat out of them, do you have an obligation? Shout out to Big Riggs. Do you have an obligation to go up to somebody that's getting the snot beat out of them and try to pull the person that's beating the snot out of them off of them? So the bus driver says to me, hey, look at all them men standing there. Of course, they're all black. Look at all them men standing there watching her get her behind beat, right? And I said to her, well, the guy, one of the guys she said, but no, man, it's 6 or 7 of them guys, and it's one guy beating the snot out of this chick, and they just standing there. I said, hey, sis, you don't know what's going on. She said, they might have a gun. He might have a gun. The guy in the car might have a gun. I said, I know. That's the point. You don't know what's going on. And these guys, when you're doing something like that, you got to take it slow, right? Because what I had told the bus driver is, I said, hey, look, I said, I'm going to break this up. So I said, please don't drive off with my bike on there, right? Please don't drive off with my bike here. I'm going to I had some gloves with me that I was using that to handle the bus, the bike racks and stuff on the bus, where I had some gloves. So I'm putting these gloves on because I was going out there I wasn't going to decide who's right or wrong. I just was going to stop the dude from beating the hell out of this chick, right? That's all I was going to do. Clarence was not no superhero or nothing. I just was going to pull the dude off the chick and try to get her to, go walk away, right? But by the time I was even preparing to do that, one or two of them guys pulled that guy off of the lady, right? But as soon as that guy got back up and went to go get in his car, the passenger seat of that car that was waiting for him, The chick ran over there. I mean, the truck actually. The chick ran over there and jumped on him again, right? She created the whole situation again, right? But anyway, I was like, okay, well, I'll still try to break him up, right? Because he was, man, by the third time he got on her, man, he wouldn't get off. He was like a pit bull on her, man. He was ragdolling her, right? And by that time, the other dude was like, hey, look, shit, we done tried to break this thing up. You keep going over there to him. And so that's what the bus driver, me and the bus driver, she talking about, hey, man, they might have a gun and they might have a knife and they just standing there. I said, well, what they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? They supposed to just run in? They ain't got no Kevlar vest. They supposed to just run into a situation. They don't know what's going on. I said, you got to move slow in a situation like this because you don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. See a dude beating the hell out of a girl, you don't know what's going on. Only thing you know is, hey, he beating her up. Okay, let's break that up. But we don't know what's actually going on. Well, she said, that shit got to call 911. I said, yeah, you're right. Now, I agree with that. Even if you stand there and you see somebody getting beat that bad, you should call 911. You say, hey, bro, I'm calling the police, man. You don't get up off the system, man. I'm going to call the police, man. I got to. I'm standing right here, and you're going to do this in front of me. I got to call the police, right? I agree with that. But physically getting involved, I'm on to physically get involved. I don't know what this sister did. I don't know what she did. I don't know what the brother did. I don't know what's going on. I got to come and take it slow, just ease into it, right? You go running when it's your own family, when it's your own people you already got a connection with. Yeah, you go running in. Yeah, of course you're going to go running in, right? You obligated at that point to go running in, but I'm not obligated to somebody on the street. That's just me because I'm crazy. I got taught by the nation, man. We don't sit back and watch no sister get beat down. That's what the nation taught me. One of the things they taught me, right? So I'm obligated. Guy like me, guy like Bolo, we're obligated. We'll have no choice. We gotta intervene in some type of way. Maybe not getting physically involved, but hey, brother, come on now, right? Something. I'm obligated to do that. I can't just sit back, right? Otherwise, I'm shirking my duty. I got a duty to try to help, people that's the helpless. I got to at least attempt to help them, right? So what eventually happened? We pulled over to the bus stop, right? So I asked the bus driver, I said, please don't leave me. I'm going to step off the bus. I'm going to break this thing up. I told him, I said, I'm going to break it up, but please don't leave me. Please don't leave me and take my bike, right? I had some good burritos in there. I had burritos. I had some good stuff in there, right? I was like, please don't take my bike, right? Anyway, so but by the time we got over there, they had moved up the road a little bit, and they had broken them up. So once I saw that they had broken the lady up from the guy and she ran back over there, that's when I said, okay, that happened right when we pulled up. I said, okay, let me leave it. And then even the guy said, okay, she ran back over there. We just pulled this dude off. We could have got killed, shot, stabbed, anything. We just pulled this dude off for you, and you're going to go running back over there to him? We're done. I was done too at that point. I said, okay, if she's going to go back over there, then I'm not going to sit up there all day, keep pulling that dude off of her. When he's already been pulled off of her, she ran back to engage that situation again. I don't care what's going on. Call the police. Hey, this man took my phone. He took my this, he that. So right when we driving off, we see a pink phone just go flying out that car, man. Just go flying over to the gas station, right? Oh, man, it was an ugly situation. But for you brothers, where does your obligation begin and end when you see something happening in the street? Of course, your family, you obligated. We know that you obligated with that situation. But why are we so slow? Not slow. Let me take that back. We just don't want to get involved, right? And I can understand why we won't get involved, man. It's a threat to your safety to get involved. And why should you threaten your safety for somebody you don't know, right? You got to kind of take a look at the situation and see what's going on, right? But I believe God is with me. I believe God is trying to, I believe I'm trying to do the best I can to put his message of redemption out there. I'm trying to do that. So I believe God is with me. So my fear of something happening to me is a lot less than probably the average person that say, oh man, if this dude stabbed me, man, what's going to happen to my side piece? What's going to happen to my second side piece? What's going to happen to my wife? What's going to happen to my kids? What's going to happen to my side piece kids? I got too much going on. I can't dangle myself out here, right? Like this situation, right? But that's that dude. Now we ain't even talking about the dude that just say, hey, I'm just a regular cat going to work, right? I can't put myself in that situation. Because why? Because I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. Right? I'm not prayed up. Maybe I don't feel that God is with me, right? I'm not you see, Brother Clarence is not no big dude. I'm not no big, nothing. I'm just a dude trying to bring God's mercy to whoever I can, who will allow me to do it, right? That's not, but don't get it twisted. I'm going to fight with those who fight with me. I'm going to fight like hell with them, right? You know what I'm saying? And if it get to that point, man, I'm going to do the best I can and send them to the cemetery, right? Because I think that, I'm not doing nothing but trying to spread God's message of mercy, right? But if you get in my way, man, and then you lucky if you're dealing with me. God is really behind me, and I'm gonna have to do like Mr. Fark. I have to ask God, please don't, do nothing to this person, right? You got to do that to people a lot. Please don't do nothing to this person. I know they're angry with me. I know they don't see it my way, and I know they trying to discredit me and try to hurt me. But please don't do nothing to them, because they just misunderstanding the message. They just He had to pray for people to so they will not bat nothing to happen to them, right? Long as they leave us alone, right? I'm the same way, man. Please, I'm not trying to have it every time somebody say something my way, something bad gonna happen to them. I said, I don't want that. I just want to help people that will allow me to be helped, to help us to be. I think that's how our channel got built. That's how how we came to know each other, is we trying to help the community in some type of way. Well, our community has a big problem with obligation. We would mistakenly, there in the Bible, there's a man named oh man, what's this brother's name? Joseph. No, Joseph. Jacob. A man named Jacob. And Jacob wanted to marry this man's younger daughter, right? And so he said, yeah, I'm gonna marry this. I want to marry your younger daughter. What I gotta do? Put me on. What's up? What I gotta do, right? So the dude said, okay, you want to marry my younger daughter? This is what you gotta do. You gotta work for me for 7 years. You work for me for 7 years, I'll give you that daughter. Jacob says, that's all? Done. So he works for the man for 7 years, does a good job, works for the man for 7 years. After that, at that time, when that time was up, goes to the man and says, hey, I'm ready to marry your younger daughter. But the man had a switch for him, right? He said, Nah, you can't marry my younger daughter until my older daughter gets married. So you gotta, if you want my younger daughter, you gotta get the older daughter. Because I can't, that would be disgraceful to have my older daughter unmarried and then have my younger daughter married before her. I guess that was the ritual or the culture at that time, right? So Jacob said, wait a minute, wait. That wasn't the agreement. The agreement was I get the younger daughter. That was my agreement. Man said, if you want her, this is what we doing now. Right? That's what, see, but the man obligated himself to do that, but he went back, right? You know what I'm talking about, Inya, Sister Inya, right? He went back on that. He went back on that to marry, and he wanted to marry that sister so bad, he went ahead and married the first sister, the older sister, to get to that younger sister, right? But what is that showing us? What is that showing us? Even when you got good intentions out here in this world, you could have your obligations can be used against you. The way that we obligate ourselves can be used against us, right? You can get into a relationship with somebody, long-term relationship, and that obligation to be obligated to them can be used against you, right? Because they could be hiding some type of mental illness, or they could be hiding a drug problem, or they could be hiding a sex act problem, or they could be hiding some type of deviancy, and they hiding it from you. And once you obligated, now you obligated to deal with that issue. But it was under false pretense because you didn't see it front. See, if you saw it up front, you say, oh, you a drug addict? Oh, okay, I'm good, baby. Hey, I support you and everything, but I'm not looking to be in a relationship with a drug addict. Those of us that have been around drug addicts, we know what kind of people they are, right? They're not typically bad-hearted people, but they just get to the point where the drugs is the most important thing in their life. It's more important than their word. It's more important than their cleanliness. It's more important than their sanitary. It's more important than disappointing people. The drugs is more important than everything. That's how it is with most people that have a crutch, because that's all these things are crutches, right? Drugs, sex, alcohol, whatever, right? These are crutches. But at a certain point, the crutch becomes the most important thing in their life. The crutch, right? The drugs, the sex. I gotta have sex. When I have a problem, I gotta have sex, right? Or conflict. Even there's some people that conflict is the most important. They gotta create some kind of conflict every time something happens, right? Every time they get a little stress in their life, man, they gotta go and create conflict somewhere, right? But how can you have a community that develops and promotes good young people when the men of that community are running from commitment and obligation? They tell these men, don't get married. Don't get in long-term relationships. Don't live with a woman. I agree with that to a certain point. Don't live with a woman, right? They tell them, don't, any kind of commitments, avoid commitment, right? So let me show you something, man. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something, man. Because I know y'all be like, man, well, Clarence, see, yeah, we got a reason why we do this, right? Okay, let me show you this. Okay, now this is a video. This is a video from a brother, Mr. Palmer, right? And in this video, he's going to demonstrate the mentality of most of the guys, especially on the child support issue. He's going to demonstrate that. Okay, Let's look at this.
Baby mama,
Oh, here we go with this bullshit. Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, baby daddy.
Yeah, what's up?
So, I was thinking, I want our baby to, be advanced in life or whatever. So, right now they're doing karate class at the YMCA and it's $300. So, I was thinking, go ahead and our baby gonna be, Cobra Kai up in this bitch.
Okay. Was that unreasonable? I don't think that was an unreasonable request, right? The baby's doing karate and it costs $300. I'm going to do half. Can you do half? You already paying child support. Now watch his response to this.
Child support.
I'm sorry, what?
Child support.
Now, this is his child. His child's going to lose out. His child. Right? It's his child. This is your child. Your child ain't going to do karate because you paying child support and you don't see. This is why I say sometimes, man, we as men, we're not really looking at the situation in totality, right? We're looking at it like, hey, I'm not gonna let her push me around, right? But who's gonna really suffer? Who's really gonna suffer, right? Then this kid that could have got karate lessons is gonna get out here in the street and get with the gangs, right? He gonna be another crazy Negro running around, pulling people out their cars, right? Then you know what you're gonna say? You single mamas raising these kids this way. She tried to put them in activity. You don't want to do it. She tried to put him in activity, man. You don't want to put him in there, right? Shout out to Mr. Palmer, man. But I just don't agree with him on his whole child support stance situation.
Okay, yeah, you pay a little less child support, but that goes for clothes, shoes, stuff to support the child. It's an extracurricular activity, so it's extra.
Child support.
So once again, man, his response is child support, right? Sister Daniel said, so wait, so she's already getting child support from him? That's correct, Sister Daniel. That is correct. She's already getting child support from him, right? And she said, yeah, you pay a little something, right? So it's probably not that much because she said it's a little something, right? But she's already getting child support from him, right? But I don't see where if something else comes up, I mean, those of us that's raising kids, man, children, the cost of raising children does not go down with every year. It goes up, right? Right? Especially if you have girls, man. The price of everything goes up with time, right? Boys, right? I had 3 boys. Man, we passed clothes down to them dudes, man. Okay, no problem. We saved a lot of money passing clothes down, right? But girls, man, girls got to have stuff that fits them personally. That's them, right? Right? Sister Annie said most men feel that way. If she's getting child support, they don't need to give her anything else. That's my point. This is my point, Sister Annie. Glad you brought that up. This is my point. Just because you're giving a woman child support, that doesn't mean other things don't come up, right? Things are going to come up. That's the nature of kids. That's the nature of raising children. That's the nature of raising children. That's why it goes back to what I always say. You gotta watch. You gotta do a deep dive on the character of a woman or a man before you start, doing the horizontal party time with them. Because what's gonna happen is if you have a child with them, are you on the same page with raising them? The fiscal part of it, right? Because one dude's, I mean, now if this lady was asking for $1,000, $10,000 a month, yeah, that's outrageous. I am not in support of outrageous child support. I am not but I'm definitely in support of taking care of your children. Because if you don't, who will? And just because some extra comes up, you gotta say, well, I'm only gonna pay my child support. I got my granddaughter with me, man. So I pay certain amount for her to do things, but hey, if something come up, right? something come up. I gotta just do it, right? Oh, she need cupcakes for this, or they're gonna do this play and they need clothes for that. Something come up. But I think not having men in our lives to show us that, man, you got to stay on top of everything in your household, then that's where it can get really ugly. That can get really ugly. So then you say I'm in the middle with this because since she's getting money already, it may not be enough for extracurricular activities. However, technically by law, he's not obligated to pay more. That's my point. He's not obligated. He's not obligated. He's not obligated as far as the state is concerned. But is he obligated as far as the child is concerned? That's the tricky part. I agree with you. That's the tricky part, Sister Enya. Is he obligated as far as the child is concerned? What about his obligation to the child? Well, I'm not going to do my obligation to the child because that's going to, that's outside of my obligation to the state. I mean, that's basically what we're saying, right? I'm not going to help my child, push my child further and invest in them further because that's outside of my obligation to the state. So therefore, child, suffer. Now, when you out there pulling people out their cars, I could say I had a role in that because I could have paid a little more over my child support to make sure you was in activities that would have groomed you into being a better person. But instead, I said, nah, child support. So mama couldn't do it. Had to leave you out in the street, let the gangs raise you, right? Then I'm gonna come out here and say, these single mothers, they raising these kids to be criminals. How else are they gonna raise them? What are they supposed to do? They're asking for money to put them in activities to keep them busy so they stay out of the streets, and you won't do it because it's outside of your obligation to the state. But see how we think, man. We don't even think about it like that. We think about it like, hey, I'm gonna make a stand. I don't care if all my kids starve to goddamn death. I'm gonna make a stand and show the state I'm not gonna go I'm gonna show this woman I'm not gonna go no further than the state is gonna push me to do it. Okay, that's your choice. That's your choice. Right? Vaughn said the obligation of a father should go beyond what the state is requiring you to do. That's how I feel too, Vaughn. I feel that way too. I feel like, man, you're gonna go. I feel like we should be like God, right? Scripture say God will leave the 99 to go get that one lost sheep. He'll leave 99 that got their head on straight. Okay, y'all got it. Y'all got it. I can leave y'all for a minute because this one don't got their head on straight. I got to go get him, right? And no matter how far I got to go get him, right? No matter how far I got to go, I'm going to do whatever I got to do to try to get him. If they lost, right? The difference between lost and derelict, right? Derelict is somebody that wants to be lost. They want to not be on the right track. A lost person wants to be on the right track. They just don't have the guidance. A derelict person, they know where the right track is. They don't want to be on the right track. They're deviant. They've deviated from the right track. He said, I ain't go get the deviant sheep. I'll go get the lost sheep. Huh? Some of our people, they lost, man. So then you said, right, that's where the confusion comes in. So I really don't know how to feel about this. I hear your point, though. Phew, it's tricky because everyone loses, especially the child. No, the child is the one that loses. In my opinion, Sister Enya, the child is the one that loses the most. They lose the most because they become just what do you call that, collateral damage in a situation where one person trying to prove that they can be meaner than the other person, and the other person trying to prove that they can be meaner than that person, and the child gets chopped up in the middle of it. They get left in the, on the outside of the tornado, right? In my opinion. So then he said maybe both parents could talk and maybe leave the state out of it. Now that's a good idea. I mean, if everybody's reasonable, that would be the best. In my opinion, that would be the best thing, right? That would be the best thing. But we know that in today's world, people don't always keep their word. They don't always keep their word. Do y'all think that would work? I think that could work if you have character people. But see, a lot of times, what a lot of us do, Sister Enya, is we get involved with people and we don't check their character because they're making a certain level of income, or they have a certain beauty appearance, or they have something going on that we really are into. We don't take the time to check their character out. So when these type of conflicts come up, where it takes character to work out these conflicts and be able to compromise, you got to have a certain kind of character to compromise to make it work for everyone involved. We haven't done that investigation because, oh man, this person is hot in the bed. This person looks good. This person makes this much money. I'm with this person. They paying my car note. They paying this. They paying that for me, or whatever, right? Fawn said, being a father is more than just financial support. That's only one aspect of parenting. I agree, Vaughn. It's only one aspect of it. But the major aspect of the father is the presence and the guidance. That is a major aspect of fatherhood, man. And we as Black men, we don't forgot that, or that we don't fell out of that understanding. Why? Because Uncle Sam has stepped in and done a lot of this stuff for us. And a lot of our sisters that don't know what's actually going on, they think, oh, well, shoot. You know what I'm saying? Big Daddy White Man's going to step in. So I don't have to, you ain't nothing. You ain't important. I can have a baby with you and still I got a job. I don't need you. But see, hear what they're saying. I don't need you. You don't need me, but that child does need me. The child does need me. And we have an obligation to these children. I mean, the women do too, but I'm talking about the men now. We as men have obligation to these children. But we only going to push our obligation. Hey, I'm only going to be obligated as long as the state push me. Where the state line ends, that's where I'm gonna end my obligation to this child. But hey, dude, you could pay for the karate and get the kid out of the street. Keep the kid out of the street. No, not gonna do it. I'm already paying child support. Well, we're not asking you to give us your rent money if you got it, and it seemed like you got it. What's wrong with giving it to get for the kid? Oh, I'm not going to give you no money because I got something to prove to you. And I'm willing to watch this kid get in the gangs on the street to prove it to you. Right? When this kid is out there in the street pulling people out their cars, then they go, you know what they say? Oh, well, these single moms, they raising these kids to be criminals, right? First of all, who's making these single moms? Somebody has to be giving them the sperm to make them single moms, right? To create these single mothers. Then, who's choosing these women that they're making single mothers? I'm going to go back again to P.J. Washington. right? PJ Washington had a child with the Brittany Renner. And instead of keeping this child himself, this is how crazy that young man is. He let that crazy lady raise his child. His blood child is being raised by a lunatic, a certified lunatic. Why? Because what's more important to him is his new girlfriend. This is how we thinking as black men. This is how we thinking. That's how come your community is falling apart. Your community you can't get nothing good in the black community. Come on. Talk to me. You can't get no good food. You can't get no good advice. You can't get no good vehicles. I mean, you can't get hardly anything that has that's going to be real valuable to you. It's hard to get that in the black community. Why? Because the people, man, I'm telling you, the people don't recognize value. So they don't know that the people that's selling them stuff is selling them low value food, low value everything. Von Bryant says some of these child support payments are less than $60 a month. That's not nearly enough to take care of child. Man, I knew a dude that was paying $70, $75 a month. He's paying $75 a month. And because the sister was like, I'm not against the black man. She didn't even go back, and she was struggling, but she didn't ever go back and try to get his child support readjusted. I mean, for a girl, $70, $75 a month for a girl. See, that's what I'm saying. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us when we look at our children as slave, as bondage? This is children that you created. This is a child you created, and you looking at this child as a burden. Well, you didn't have to have sex. You didn't. All right, let's continue on, y'all. Sister Anya said, now, bro, see, you can't get nothing good from the black community. No, not really. Not really. Not really. When I say nothing good, Sister Enya, what I'm talking about is things like tangible things. You can find spiritual people in the black community, but what I'm saying is go in the black community that's around you. See if you can find anything of real that has that's really nutritious. Do that. Find me some place in the black community. I'm going to exclude Atlanta. Other than Atlanta, go find in the black community where you can find because Atlanta is very concentrated. So but everywhere else where the black people live, I know you go out here to LA, McDonald's, KFC, Taco Bell. Who else? Wendy's. Any kind of place, Louisiana chicken, right? Any kind of place where you can buy food that'll kill you is here in the black community. They run them out of the white community. I know I used to work in West LA. I used to work right off of Sunset and at the T intersection where Sunset runs right into the ocean, right there by Gladstones. They ran KFC out of there. They ran what's the one? Jack in the Box out of there. They ran all them people out of there. All them fast food joints, they ran them out of there. I forgot to send my links out. Let me send my links out, man, because somebody might want to tap in on me, man. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me just put it out there. Uncle Rico might be up. Uncle Rico said the average monthly child support is around $400 a month, which is $4,800 annually. Well, that's something. I gotta get at least that's something. You know what I mean? Some people ain't getting nothing for child support. Nothing. So I'm saying we gotta be obligated. We gotta obligate ourselves to a higher standard. We got a higher standard as fathers and men in the community. We got to obligate ourselves at a higher level. And I know people like I don't say no names. Let me say it like this: the free agent lifestyle, where they say, "Hey, you don't obligate yourself to nothing, right? Just take advantage of people that's out here. You know what I mean? Take advantage of the loneliness of other people, right?" But we don't see this thing turn around at all. We have to obligate ourselves, right? Rico said, then add in the fact that more than 40% of the parents ordered to receive child support, they receive $0. That's a whole nother thing, Rico. That's a whole nother thing, right? That's a whole nother thing. Most of these people don't even collect child support, right? Then the person's like, well, why are they going after me? Because it's your child. We have to, the state have to invest money into trying to raise your child, so they ain't pulling people out their cars, right? Or they, not even that, they just ain't starving on the street. See, y'all got to pick what y'all want. You want it like Brazil, where the kids run around pulling you out your cars, right? They standing around the ATMs waiting for you to get cash out and knocking you across your head. What kind of state you want to live in? We ain't doing the math. Excuse me, all the way. Rico said, of the 60% that receive any child support, only half receive the full amount, and the other half receive partial. Yeah. So who has to stand? Who has to step in? The government, right? But who's giving the government that money? Me, the taxpayer. I'm giving that government that money. You getting that SNAP and that WIC? I'm giving the government the money to disperse that to the state, right? I'm giving that money. Why should I be spend money on your child if you alive and well? I can see if you ain't alive and well, right? You passed away or something happened, and the state got to step in. Okay. But that's not the typical case. The typical case is that, hey, the man just don't want to pay it, right? Rico said, Sister Ann said, I guess it's what we make it. There are certain Black areas that do well. So yes, I agree to a degree. I think if we make better choices, then things can change in our area. Yeah, if we make better choices, this is one of the choices we got to make. The men got to stand up, Sister Ann. Men have to stand up. Period. Salute to Brother Anderson. He said we're back again. Absolutely, Brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you. All right, y'all. Let's get back to F child support. Mr. Palmer. Shout out to Mr. Palmer.
He said he's saying child support. Like, do you only know them 2 words? Child support child. What I'm asking you is for something extra to benefit the kid. You don't have to put the money in my pocket.
Right. So she said, hey, you don't have to put the money in my pocket. This is to benefit the child. Watch his response to that.
Come up there and make a payment.
Yeah, but I remember the 2 words that I asked for, 50-50. And when we try to get that established, you didn't want that. You wanted sole custody, and the judge granted that. So when it comes to child support, he said that as long as I pay my child support, I ain't obligated to do nothing else.
Right? He said, hey, my obligation ends with the state, not the child. I mean, am I hearing this wrong? If I'm hearing this wrong, somebody tell me I'm hearing it wrong. Say, Clarence, you're hearing this wrong. But he's basically saying that his obligation to his own child ends where the state draws the line, right? Not with the child. The needs of the child may exceed child support, right? This may happen. But because the needs of the child may exceed child support, right? I'm not going to do it because I shouldn't have to pay child support. Well, who the hell is going to raise these kids? Who the hell is going to support them then? Right, the taxpayer, right? Rico said, exactly. The burden of supporting these kids fall onto the general taxpayer. So when parents shirk their responsibility, we all get holding the bag, cry about child support and cry about taxes. Yeah. Yeah. The reason why we have such a big child support system is because we can't count on these men to keep their word. If they would keep their word and say, well, the ones of them that give their word and say they would pay child support. But then we got a whole bunch of men that just don't want to pay it. They just don't pay it. They just ignore it. They just don't accept the responsibility of creating, maintaining, and raising a child. They just don't accept it. Why? Because they want to be out here. They want the booty. They want the booty, right? Rico said he is setting that as a ridiculous standard, right? But I understand his financial stand, but the court doesn't set emotional or mental support, although I wish they could. Well, here's the point. Here's the point, Rico. Your obligation to this child may exceed what the state has said set for the limit of what you should pay. Right? It may exceed that. Just like in this case, right? The lady comes to you and says, hey, look, I want to put the baby in karate, right? Because I don't want the baby running around in the street. I want the baby in karate. That way they'll get disciplined. They'll get disciplined and have fun, and they'll be out the street at the same time, right? His response is, hey, no, leave them in the street. Let the street raise them, right? But all he had to do was pay. And the lady even said, hey, look, you ain't got to pay me directly. You go down there and pay them. Go pay them. Yeah, I ain't going to put it in my pocket. Go pay the people, the karate place, right? But it's not because it's not because he can't do it. It's because he don't want to do it, because he don't want to pay nothing past what the state obligated him to do, right? Now, I can see his side as far as not wanting to set a precedent. But what's more important, the precedent being set, or the fact that this kid needs this kid needs some extra help outside of the child support? We raise children in our house all the time, right? There ain't no limit. There ain't no price limit on these children. These children cost money. You have a wife. Your wife costs money. Your wife need an operation. What's the limit? Oh, she need more than this done. Then we can't do that. We ain't doing the operation. And you got the money. If you got the money, you're gonna do it. There is no limit. There is no limit. There is no limit on God's love for us. There's no limit on it. We're supposed to be men like that. There's no limit to what we're willing to do to support our families, to support our loved ones. But here's where the problem comes in. Here's where the problem comes in. We obligate ourselves to the wrong things. We obligate ourselves to the wrong people in the wrong situation. And then when we find out that this is the wrong thing, we're not in agreement, it's too late, because we haven't done the investigation on the front end to find out if we click if we click as far as parenting, if we click as far as the relationship in general, and we click, and we haven't done that type of investigation. We just jump into bed with people. Come on now. Vaughn said, it sounds like he's doing this to spite the baby mama. He is. And any father in his right mind will want more for his children. Well, you're right. Any father in his right mind. But this guy ain't in his right mind, right? He's like, hey, I got to prove something to her. Even if I got to send this child to hell, I'm going to prove it to her that I'm not paying more than the state told me to pay. Right? If the child, and then when the child is out there pulling people out their cars, right? That's what did they say in the Manosphere, Rico? You single mothers out here raising these kids, and y'all raising these criminals, right? when the woman asks you for some money to so they won't be a criminal, you don't want to give it to them because the state didn't say you had to pay that. Oh man. Anyway, let's continue. Rico said, I agree, but state sets it based on local factors. I don't argue the financial aspect. I argue the absence of time and the absence time aspect. I do too, but I say this. the only consideration should be if something comes up as far as spending money, the only consideration should be is, can I do it? And is it going to help the child? Is the child going to benefit? But see, we do not want to be inconvenienced for the children that we create, right? Or the situation that we created, this obligation. We don't want to be inconvenienced for that. But if you created the situation, then you gonna have to be inconvenienced, right? I told you about Jacob, man. Jacob, he wanted this woman bad. He wanted that woman bad. Okay. The man said, hey, you gotta give me 7 years. Then on top of that, he said, okay, you got to marry this first wife. He said, okay, I did that. He said, now you got to give me 7 more years for this one. Right? Right? But Jacob was willing to be inconvenienced like that to get what he wanted to get. But we as men, we don't want to be inconvenienced. We want to have sex with somebody, have that. If conception occurs, we don't want to take on the major responsibility, which is, like you said, Rico, the time, the showing up, the being involved, the guidance, right? The guidance. In a crazy and wicked world like this, man, you need guidance. Me and Rico was arguing earlier today on the phone, right? But guidance is what you need. Guidance is what we need. Guidance is what we need. We need guidance in a world like this, man, because it's crazy. Anybody can get misled. Anybody can get misled. I don't care who you think you are. I'm Pastor so-and-so. I'm T.D. Jakes. I'm Minister Farrakhan. Anybody can get misled in a situation like this. Anybody. Well, almost anybody. You got to have some real serious years in the game to even be able to put off the temptations that's out here, right? Diamond X said, children are extremely expensive. You should know that before you don't use protection. Yeah, you're right, Diamond. But see, man, we talking about kids in the ghetto, man. We talking about kids in the ghetto, man. What they know? They ain't got no father. They got a father like this. I don't want to see you. I just want to pay my child support. Right? We got dudes like this raising children out here. Or not raising children, but are donating sperm to the experience of conception. Right? Rico said, yes, but the issue is one parent makes a financial decision with the child with little or no input from the other parent. It creates tension. I agree with that, Rico. Now, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is something where even you as the other parent can realize, and she didn't say, you got to do it. She said, I want to do this for the child. This is for the child's benefit, right? I agree with you, Rico. You can't just say, I'm going to pull this child out of school and put him in a $1,500 a month private school, and I need you to pay half of it. No, I'm not talking about that. You can't do something like that. Well, not can't, but you shouldn't do something like that. What I'm saying is something like this, where she said, hey, look, you got it. If you got it, hey, man, this is not for me. You can go down to the place and play them. You ain't got to give the money to me. Give it to the people. I think that was very reasonable, Rico. I thought that was a very reasonable, but I agree. When you do stuff like this, hey, I'm just gonna pull this kid out of this school and I'm putting him in this private school because they had a problem over here. They keep getting into fights in this school, so I'm putting him in this private school. Private school costs $1,200 a month. I need you to pay half of that. Well, you didn't even ask me about no, but I found the school. I'm just gonna do it. Okay, well then, in that situation, yeah, you need to pay that, right? But I'm talking about come to you and say, hey, look, this is an option, and this option, works, and this can work, right? I don't think it's that much money, and it looks like it's not that much money for you. Can you do this? And you can just do it this way, and it'll benefit the kid, right? I thought that was pretty reasonable. Let's see. We can say other factors besides money come into play. Medical decisions and religious decisions play a big part as well. If one parent makes a decision without input, acceptance from the other parents, there's problems. Yeah, like I said, I agree with that, Rico. That makes sense. But what I'm saying is that wasn't this situation. All the lady was asking for was a couple of extra bucks to put the kid in karate. He's the one that flipped out over that and said, nah, I'm not going to do it. Not because I can't do it, not because I'm stretched to the limit. The reason why I'm not going to do it is because the state didn't order me to do it. That's his whole reason for not doing it. So I'm saying, okay, the state didn't order you to do it, but the kid could benefit greatly from being in the karate, and the kid won't be out there on the street learning how to bust in the cars, take out the radios, right? Because this is the same dude that's going to say, it's these single mothers that's raising these kids. I don't know about all that, Rico. I don't know. I don't know him personally. I definitely disagree with his stance on child support. But the point is, this is the same guy that's going to say, hey, you single mothers out here, you raising these criminals out here. You guys got you raising these criminals. When he's the guy that's not there, don't want to be there, just want to pay the state ordered child support and not even have nothing really to do with the kid. These kids, I know, man, some of us are unfortunately been pushed out of the kid's life. But then we got a lot of our guys that they ain't been pushed out. They just don't want to be there because they want to do something else. But you create this obligation, man. You got an obligation. You got to take care of this first. You got to take care of this first. You got this child. You got to take care of this child first. That's what we should look at it. That way we'll cut down on a lot of these other kids being born out here. Right? All right, let's finish up with Mr. Palmer.
So, child support.
I cannot fucking believe this. Okay, so basically because that's for you only pay for it, so if the judge says you only have to pay $20.
See? He think it's funny that the kid's gonna suffer. He think it's funny. That's what a lot of us do in the men's world. We think it's funny out here. Hey, it's funny that these kids are suffering out here. But it ain't me. I ain't doing it. I ain't making nobody. So I'm just paying my child support. If you can't get out that child support, tough, right? We don't know what we're doing out here. Fatherhood is more than money, like Vaughn said. Fatherhood is more than money. More than money. But let's finish up. Let's finish up, man, because we gotta get up out of here, y'all.
That's all you would pay. You would or 30.
Here's my suggestion to you. Walmart is always hiring. Fuck out of here. Fuck child support.
Oh, boy. All right, y'all. What y'all think? Diamond said Cousins don't cost nothing but a few dollars. You right about that, Diamond. You right about that. But I say you have to investigate, man. You gotta check out who you getting with. You getting with somebody, man, that's on some craziness, man. You know, you gotta see. But the thing is, man, most of our people, they so quick to run and jump in the bed, even with condoms. They don't check out the flow of energy that's coming up out of the other person, and what direction it flows, and if it's a positive flow, or if it's a negative flow, or if that flow is it's a negative flow, but it's being covered up with a smile and a big button to smile, right? So we getting out here, we getting taken to the rack. Right? We're getting taken to the rack like Jordan in 85, man, just taking people to the rack. We just didn't take it to the rack. We don't know what we're doing out here, especially men. Especially men. Well, I'll say to both of us. Men are getting financially destroyed out here, man, because they don't know what they're doing. And the women are getting physically destroyed because they don't know what they're doing. Right? So then he said, Mama said, if I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything online. I'm going to hold my peace. That's the best thing. That's the best thing, Sistine. You know what I mean? But I have to say it. I have to say it because I work with so many men. I spent so many time with so many different types of men, man. So I've seen this attitude before. And I'm not saying it's all him, but he, Mr. Palmer, he capsulizes that understanding. He capsulizes that understanding. We aren't going to get anywhere if we don't have any men that's going to stand up. If we don't have any men that's going to, first place you should be standing up is where? In your own home with your children. But Clarence, I don't live with my children. I got one child here and one child there. That's why you got StreamYard. StreamYard is free. You can visit with all your children every day on StreamYard for free. There ain't no excuse no more, man. There ain't no excuse no more. Can't say, oh, well, my kids are all over the country. Yeah, okay, you could say that excuse. But even then, you had a telephone. But it was a little harder. Okay, now you can text. You can text all your children. We do a group text. We do a group text every morning, man. Come on, man. Put all your kids on a group text and encourage them and wish them well in it every day. After a while, when you do it, when you don't do it, they will hit you up and say, what's going on? What happened? Right? Even though they might not hit you back, but just keep encouraging them. But now the technology has gotten so far when you got StreamYard out here. You got StreamYard. You got StreamYard, man. You can actually literally see your children every day. You can check in with them every day. What's stopping us? What's stopping us? Sex. In most cases, sex. We want to spend all the rest of our time chasing down sex. Rico said 95% of men in nursing homes get 0 visits. This is example A as to why. Right. Well, even if they make it to nursing homes, women are going to outlive men at least by 7 years. According to the quote unquote stats, women outlive men on a generally by 7 years. But men don't get nobody to go visit them. No, all right, because they don't spend no time investing in nobody, right? And then the people you invest in, the women that you invest in, are the wrong type of women for you to be investing in. You think if you pick the wrong woman, you think the wrong woman is going to put the right things into your children? Come on, man. Come on. Clarence, it's not our fault. It's the women. Really? Who is in charge of the people you have sex with? Who's in charge of that? Who's on that post? Me. Okay, well then, you don't want to prove in everybody that you're laying down with, right? I mean, you have to, unless something else is going on, right? But in most cases, we're approving the people that we sleep with, right? If we're approving people that we sleep with, and just because we're so excited to sleep with somebody, and we don't do a thorough investigation, I wouldn't care, man. Let me tell you something, man. If I was single, I'm married now, thank God. But man, if I was single out there and I had to do an investigation on somebody, the last thing I would do is sleep with somebody on the first date. I would never do that. I've done stupid stuff like that before when I was younger, but I'm talking about at this age and when I know better, I would never do nothing like that, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if you're still married. I don't know what's going on. People could tell you anything, man, on the first meeting. You got to see some consistency out of somebody, and you got to investigate what they're telling you, right? Rico said women later in life have far more support than men at 10-to-1 ratio. This is why. Your lack of investment today will lead to their lack of care tomorrow. Yeah, I agree with that, Rico. Women do have more support, but now women have always been looked, well, not always, but since the 30s, I'll say since the 20s or the 30s, since they were pushed into the industrial workforce, and as they got pushed more into the workforce, they started voting more, and they started bringing in more people that were more sensitive to women's issues, and therefore they have more care facilities available for women in particular, right? They get more, they have more facilities to take care of them in particular. Plus, like you said, people when they get older, they look at the women as, I need to go visit grandma, I need to go see what's going on, right? But us, pops, we stuck pops in that home. Hope he's okay, right? Hope they're not putting a broomstick up his behind, right? We go out there every couple of years, right? Oh man. Diamond says, black men make me laugh when they blame the women for everything. That's my point, Diamond. This is my point. They will say, hey, you know, the community is messed up. The community is messed up, and it's messed up because of these women, right? But the women are struggling to raise these young men because the men are not involved with them, with the raising of them, right? And they think, hey, it's a good thing. Hey, the woman's supposed to just raise them, magically turn this kid into a man, magically, right? How's a kid gonna turn into a man when there ain't no man around so he can see? Man, let me tell y'all something, brother. I've seen the most richest places out here in Los Angeles, man. I've been to some of the most expensive homes, man, out here in Los Angeles. On the flip side, I've been to some of the most rundown, raggediest project dwelling. I mean, I've been some places where it make the project look like $1 million estate, right? Right? I mean, it's raggedy, right? But so I went into some of these places, man, and listen, little boys will follow me around. I've been in courtyards where little boys will follow me around in the courtyard. Why? Because they had never seen nobody but me and the mailman. The mailman don't have to actually come in the courtyard, right? He don't go beyond the gate where the mailbox is. I actually had to come in to the houses and check the equipment in the houses. And the little boys are following me around because they ain't never seen a man. I'm telling me, they looking at me like they're at the zoo. They ain't never seen a man with a uniform, with a job. They ain't never seen nothing like that. I kid you not, man. I have seen this before. Where the men at? You got all these kids. I remember I went to this, I've been some places you ain't supposed to go, man. You ain't supposed to go at night, right? So I'm over here on who was I at? I think I was like 42nd and Avalon, somewhere down the Pueblos down there, right? So I'm in this courtyard, right? Little kids follow me around, man. Follow me from house to house to house to house. You know, courtyard has a gate in the front, and then there's little houses all the way down, right? All the way around, right? So typically about maybe 6 or 7, maybe 8 houses, right? 1, 2, 3, and then 2 houses in the back, and then 1, 2, 3 coming back up, right? So I'm going around just checking the equipment. These little boys was following me around like, wow. And he got a machine with him. Oh man, oh wow. Right? I got all these tools with me and everything, right? They was like, man, we ain't never seen no black man like that. Only man we seen like something like that is a white man on TV. You mean they give black man tools like that? You got a truck and everything? What happened? But they hadn't seen no men. They haven't seen no working men. They don't know what that looked like. And so I was just like a anomaly to them, right? Rico said, fathers who have invested in their kids get an equal amount of care from their kids later in life. This is a direct correlation to how much you have invested. Yeah. Well, who else is there? Mom is there, right? I went to another house one time. I think this one was on where was that at? Not too far from this other place. Maybe still the Pueblos. Oh, it might have been Avalon Gardens or something like that. Anyway, some hood spot. All right. So I don't know if it wasn't Watts, but it was South Central, somewhere South Central. I forgot exactly where. Anyway, man, you know, people, everybody's pretty much around, you know, like how our neighborhood is, man. Most people are living about, you know, same socioeconomic state, right? They're pretty much around the same amount of income. Hardly nothing, right? So I went in there and literally I go in to check the equipment, right? There's no furniture, there's no nothing. It's a lady literally sleeping in the what you call it, the living room, and there was a kid there. And the only toys this kid had was 7 cars. That's how many cars it was that I could count them. It was 7 that this kid had to play with. That was his only toys. I'm looking at this going, man, this is not good. This is not good. The only thing that stopped me from calling was I saw little McDonald's bags or something up there. So I said, well, maybe the kid's still eating. The kid ain't. You know, the kid come running up to me saying, I'm hungry. Y'all know me, man. I'll go get him, right? I'll go get the kid something, right? But the kid didn't say he was hungry or nothing like that. So I saw the bags up there. But literally, that was it. I mean, there wasn't no dishes in the sink or nothing. Nothing. That's why, man, I always say, y'all be thankful for what you got. Be thankful, man. One hit on the head and you could be crazy, right? Like Rico said, man, something happens, stroke or something. Who come to check on you? Who's coming to change that diaper? Right? Who's coming to change that diaper? Right? Who's coming to handle your financial affairs? We better get them in order, y'all. We better get them in order. Sister Angie said, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? We got to do what we're doing now, Sister Angie. We got to hit the men. We got to hit them hard. We got to hit them hard. Not to shame them. We're not trying to shame them. We're just trying to expose the reality of the situation because they're getting so much pressure to have sex that they're not seeing the whole enchilada, right? Men in today's society, they get bombarded with the thing. You're not a real man unless you haven't sex. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, yeah. You can't be no man unless you having sex with a whole bunch of different women, right? Sister Annie said, you off the porch in LA and YouTube, brother. Yeah, you know, LA is my town, man. You know, this is my town. So I know where to go. I know where to stay. Now in LA, maybe YouTube, I ain't so smart, but in LA, I definitely know where to be and where not to be and what time not to be there. I definitely know that. LA is my town. So I definitely know. Working and not working. I've been all over Los Angeles. All right. So anyway, how do we fix this, y'all? How do we fix this? Well, what we got to do is, man, we got to get the men to turn. Once we get the men to turn from being the way they were, when all they looking for is sex. Now, is it the men's fault that they like that? No, it's not. It's the media that promotes nothing but sex to them all day, right? The Cardi B, the Megan Stallions, the what's the chick? Shangri-La, whatever her name is, right? All of these chicks, man, that's nothing but sex, right? And so they, after a while, man, as a small child, this is happening to them. They're getting socialized to that they have to be sex. Remember Pepe Le Pew? He was, I mean, that person would be called a stalker today, right? But we saw Pepe Le Pew and we thought that was funny that he was on these women all the time. And he was, every time I saw a woman, he was, you know, all crazy, right? No, man. We got to get men to think about duty, honor, responsibility. Those are the things, but those things are not sexy. That's the problem, Sister Enya, excuse me. Those things are not sexy. It's not sexy to be responsible. That's not sexy, right? It's not sexy to be committed. It's not sexy to stick to your obligation, right? My word is my word. All I got is my word, right? My word is what's going to get me wherever I need to go. It's going to probably be my word. Maybe your rep, but your word is your rep too. Diamond says, women have to stop spreading their legs for the bums and losers. Yeah, that's true. And men's got to stop jumping on the female bums and losers, right? Because the females have bums and losers in their ranks too, right? But we're running and jumping into bed with them. And the women are doing the same thing. I'm not even saying it's a difference. They're doing the same exact thing. Sister Enya, that's right. I guess being an example works as well. I said that's the first swing. We got to be what we want. We got to be that. And we want men of integrity, then we got to start being men of integrity. And we want women of integrity, we got to start being women of integrity. Not to make the people feel bad, but just to show, hey man, you can't have a great group of people if all the people, you can have people that have made mistakes in your group, but they got to be committed to not doing that type of stuff anymore. Same, that's what the whole Bible is about. That's what the whole Quran is about. That's what the whole Torah is about. Redemption. We're supposed to be able to be redeemed. That was the whole point of Jesus coming, right? To redeem us. Because we ain't deemed worthy, right? We ain't got things that gotten so bad that you had to do what you had to do when Noah came. Right? That was an attempt to straighten things out. But things got even worse. Then you had to send somebody like Moses after Noah. And Moses came with a hard line. Said, okay, this is a hard line. Bang, 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 bang. They finally jammed Moses up so bad, right? They jammed Moses up, and Moses pulling his beard out, man. They said, Moses, man, we don't want these women, man. I want to get out of this marriage, right? I want to get out of this marriage. Moses said, but you married this, you made the commitment. But no. We want to get out. You understand, Moses, man, this woman drive me crazy, man. If I could just get out of it, man, I could do what God want me to do. They put all this on Moses, man. Moses finally said, okay, look, I'm going to give you a divorcement. Right? And God said, hey, man, where you come up with this divorcement situation? Well, the people was, I said, nah, man, but that ain't me sanctioning that. That's you sanctioned that. I never told you to go give them the divorcement. Right? I have to honor it because you my man. But that wasn't, so I'm going to deal with you, not them. Right? All right, you know what I'm saying? They ask you for it. They can ask you for whatever they want. But you, my man, you, Moses, is my man. I never told you to go get him a divorcement. But you did it anyway. Okay, I'm going to honor it because you did it. But I'm not, that's not their fault. It's your fault for doing that without checking with me first. Right? But we have to be examples out here. We have to. If we're gonna be talking this talk, see, and then we got to be ready to do something. One of the reasons why people don't really respect those of us that's trying to come this way, because we do a lot of talking, but then we don't do nothing. Right? Because why? It's hard. But working with black people is hard. I don't know if y'all know this, man. Working with black people is hard. You got to be kind of crazy to work with black people, man. If you're successful, they're going to hate you. If you're unsuccessful, they're going to hate you. Right? they're gonna try to take you down. Black people just crazy. Black people crazy, especially when they're dealing with another black person that's trying to pull them out. Instead of them trying to get pulled out of the quicksand, they'll try to pull you in. That's why you got to be very, very careful how you approach them, and when they got an issue and you trying to help them. So then you said, so the younger children can see a father figure in their lives. Yeah. I mean, by the way, shout out to Brother Anderson, man, for just gave me a generous cash app. By the way, shout out to Sim Simmer, man. Sim Simmer gave us another cash app, man. He gave me a cash app yesterday. I wasn't even on. He gave me a cash app, man. Shout out to Sim Simmer, man. Always been a long time supporter, just like Brother Anderson. Always 2 long time supporters, man. Thank y'all, brothers. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Very generous brothers, man. Very generous brothers. But hold on, y'all. We are getting ready. Next year is gonna be real busy, and we're gonna do a lot more things, man. This year, Brother Clarence went back to work and got kind of trying to get his footing together. But hopefully, all that stuff is done by Christmas time. We are going to be on it next year. We're gonna be on it. All right. Diamond said, I think once you have sex with the loser, that makes you a loser. Right. But see, here's the thing, Diamond. Here's the thing. Most of our men have been programmed since they was 2 or 3 years old to woman. You got to have a woman. Right. What happens to the and the females too, right? What happens in the end of every Disney story? The good guy gets the woman, right? Is that reality? Is that the reality? Is that the reality that the good guys get the girl? No. It's not the reality, right? Especially in the black community. The good guy don't get the girl in the black community, right? Let's just be honest, man. In the black community, everything is like the bizarro world, man. Everything's backwards, man. The bad guy gets the girl in the black community, right? Oh, man. You got to do some really different things to get the good girl in the black community, man. Oh, boy. Sister Ian said, what's happening next year? Next year, we're going to get back on raising some money to get some we're going to either get some food, some backpacks, some shoes, something. I got to talk to the team, see what we're going to do, man. But this year, I think we're just going to close out. We're going to try to, make something happen. Next year, I think Brother Clarence will have a lot more of his personal issues together so that we'll be able to just press forward a little bit at a time. But hopefully we can help a lot more people than we did this year, because we helped a few people, but we didn't help all the people that I really, we didn't do everything that I really wanted to do. And we didn't do everything that the team wanted to do. We had a lot of good ideas. Oh, how can you help? Oh, just stay plugged in with us, Sister Enya. Any of you guys out there that want to help, just stay plugged in with us, man. We're gonna do a lot of stuff to try to feed some people. We're gonna try to. Y'all see, we gave the book bags away, right? Guys, you didn't have this big thing. We didn't need the big thing. Just the people from the community that I was around came out, right, and they got them, right? Y'all see, we doing stuff now. I think we can feed some people this time. If I can hook up with the right people, the Moors are right down the street. They feeding people. I can hook up with them. Maybe they can point me to where I can get some actual dinners, and we can give some dinners away on a cold night or something like that. But we those are the things that we're thinking about. We're gonna do something. Like I said, we're gonna talk to the team and see. I got a very intelligent team that I'm working with. So, including you, Sister Enya. All of you guys are my team. So yeah, everybody in the chat, man. So if you got an idea, you want to put it out there, put it out there. We can chase it down. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's where we're going. But I appreciate you, Sister Enya. Thank you. We can take anybody's help. Brother Diamond said, forget about hard, almost impossible. Forget about hard, almost impossible. Yeah, well, you know what I mean? Some things, man, but you know, nothing's impossible. I know you saw The Godfather, Diamond Axe. Nothing's impossible. Difficult, yes, not impossible, right? So when they said, he said, how am I gonna get a gun in there? We can't get a gun in this place. It's gonna be crawling with police. He said, it's impossible. Guy said, hey, is that impossible? He said, not impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. So that's what it is. We're trying to get black people to turn around. It's gonna be difficult, but it's not impossible. Not at all. Diamond said, black people have a sick joy and trying to destroy one another and bring one another down. But they have been socialized to be that way, Diamond. They had so you're blaming the clay, but the potter's the one that formed the clay, right? The Quran say, if a vessel has been made for dishonor, if a vessel has been made for dishonor, right? He made this thing to do something bad, right? If a vessel has been made for dishonor, don't blame the clay, blame the potter. For the potter was the one who fashioned the clay, right? It's not the clay. See, we the clay. We've been formed to be this way. But we're not the one. We didn't form ourselves to be this way. It's the potter. Who's the one that made us this way? That's the one that's actually the person that's responsible for what we're doing now, right? Now, here's the thing. Here's where our responsibility starts, Diamond. Our responsibility starts when we recognize that we didn't put ourselves in a situation. Now, that's the moment, the line of demarcation. Now, it's our responsibility now. Okay. Now we know, now we are self-aware. We know that, okay, we are doing these bad things under the pretense of we think we live in a good life, right? But now we understand that no. That's it. That's not it. Okay, so now we're responsible for our actions, right? It's like somebody that has had some type of traumatic event happen to them as a child. And they say, hey, I'm doing this and that because I had this happen to me. Well, okay, you had to happen to you, but now you're an adult. Now your responsibility comes into play when you're an adult, and now you can make decision on your own how you're gonna handle it, right? Diamond said, black men have been programmed for self-destruction. Not only self-destruction, but community destruction. Black men have been programmed to be just wrecking balls in the black community, right? But like I said, if a vessel has been made for dishonor, don't blame the clay, blame the potter. The potter's the one that made the clay, right? That formed the clay, right? Diamond says the good guy may get sex, but she's not going to stay with him. I'm gonna have you explain that one, Diamond. Hold on, Diamond. Let me read these comments real quick. Vaughn said, yes, sir. The potter wants to put you back together again. The real potter, Vaughn. The real potter. The one that actually made the clay. That actually created the clay. Not the one that just formed it. The one that actually created the clay. He wants to put you back together again. And Diamond said, when the average black woman has sex with a good man, she looks at it as a big mistake. Why is that, Diamond?
Oh, well, it's really deep because, what has happened to our women is our women have been programmed to be victims. And if she's dealing with a good man, then she can't be a victim. So we have to understand that some of our women look at being a victim, they look at that as a flex. And also they're looking for drama and chaos and destruction. So here's the thing, when you go to work every day and come home and you don't cause any problems, that's seen as boredom, because our women have got twisted. And I'm not saying all of them do this, but some of them look at stability as boredom.
Agreed.
So that's why I was saying what I'm saying. And the thing about it is, good, solid dudes, they do get women in bed. If they look good, if you're handsome, you look good, you can get some women to go to bed with you. But once they see that you're not a piece of crap, they're not going to want you, because now you're considered lame and boring to them.
Well,
that's what it is.
Let me ask you a question, brother. what good is going to bed with a woman that's not going to be with you? You can do that with a prostitute.
Yeah, you're right. It's no good at all. But a lot of guys, we don't know any better.
Agreed.
And also, what you said about black men being psychologically programmed to think about sex is that's a strategy and a theory that the power structure is using against us. Because what people have to understand is sex is the lowest level of power and influence. You're looking at being able to organize groups. You're looking at being able to get contracts and make money. You're looking at being able to build societies and being able to build businesses and corporations and build organizations. And having sex is the lowest realm of the ladder. It fools the black man into thinking he's powerful when he's really not.
I agree with that, but I disagree with it being the lowest rung. But I got to.
Not the lowest rung. It's easy because here's the reason why I say it's the lowest rung. So check me out, Clarence. Because here's the thing, right?
All right.
A 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old can run around the projects and run around the ghetto and have sex with women. Well, not women, but she can have sex with other little girls, right?
Okay.
And how many 14-year-olds can build an organization like the Black Panthers or build a labor union? How many 14-year-olds can run a business like Google or run a business like Microsoft? Not too many. So the point that I'm getting at is, when it comes to laying up with people, anybody can do that. Any kid, anybody who can get their penis hard can lay up with people. It's easy. It's not hard at all. All you got to do is learn how to get your stroke game down. Once you get your stroke game down, you can stroke. But when it comes to really building things that matter, like building a relationship, building a marriage, when it comes to building organizations like the UNIA or like the Black Panther Party, when it comes to building corporations like Microsoft, like McDonald's, when it comes to the things that really mean something, or building a whole country, like something like trying to rebuild Burkina Faso, or trying to rebuild Nigeria, and making sure the country runs correctly, that's where it's harder to do. And those are the things that really matter. Laying up with someone is okay, but white people have sex when they have leisure. Black people think about sex all the time because we've relegated ourselves to the lowest form of power.
I agree. I will agree to a degree where we have been redirected. I will agree with that. But see, let me tell you, the number one thing that rules almost every people, I don't care what the color is desire, right? Desire. If you have an enemy, your enemy is going to try to attack you where you're weak. And where are you weakest? You're most vulnerable when you are chasing your desires. If I can get you to chase the desires, they have a whole city in Nevada called Las Vegas, right? And it's the desire that many people want to gamble at the same time. They have a whole city right there, and they can fleece these people out of their money, right?
They're fools.
Okay, so my point is, desire is, and so sex is a high desire. This is what I'm trying to explain. It's a high desire. It's just supposed to be under control. But the problem is the European culture has always tried to escape or have sex without the responsibility. And they have pushed that across the world now, right? They came up with 3 ways, right? They came up with 3 ways, in particular to the Romans and the Greeks. They came up with 3 ways of removing the responsibility from sex. One of them is the pedo situation, right? Then, because obviously if you're having sex with somebody who's prepubescent, conception is not going to be able to occur, right? They came up with another way, the homosexual situation, right? They said, hey, look, if we're having same-sex relations, we don't have to worry about conception. Ergo, we don't have to worry about the responsibility after conception, right? they also came up with the bestiality, right? Said, hey, if we have sex with animals, then therefore we don't have to worry about conception and we don't have to worry about responsibility, right? And then I think the Greeks even threw in, I don't know if it was the Greeks or the Romans, one of them threw in another one, they threw in the necrophilia, right? Well, hey, this person is passed. This person is passed, therefore we don't have to worry about any conception there. Therefore, we don't have to worry about any responsibility at that point, right? But my point is this. Well, before I go into that, let me, because Sister Annie had a question for you. She said, Diamond, do men get off the hook because they don't know any better? Like, are men off the hook? Like,
definitely not.
The problem because they don't know any better.
Definitely not. Definitely not. We should be harder on the men than we are on the women, because the men are supposed to be the leader of society. That means they got to take the brunt of the responsibility. So we should be much harsher on men for making mistakes than we should be on women. Because if the black man wants to really lead the black community, because I know he's full of shit when he says that, the black man is nothing but a most of us are nothing but I'm not gonna say all of us, but a lot of us are just losers with an ego complex. Well, there's a bunch of losers because if you really believe in yourself, then you take responsibility for everything that goes wrong. Because in my marriage, I have to take responsibility for everything that goes wrong, whether it's my fault or not, if I'm really going to call myself a leader. And black men have not got to that point yet because they keep trying to blame the woman for everything. And women have their part, but the men have to take the brunt of the responsibility. If you're going to be a man, you stand up, you don't make excuses, you make changes, you take responsibility.
Okay. So, but you understand the situation that we're in. We're in a situation where neither side have been taught what a real person looks like. Like before that, even Sister Annie asked you, what do you consider a good man? Like, what do you consider somebody that's not a loser?
It's a good question. And what I would say is we want to start with the most important thing, which I would say is good character.
Agreed.
And I have like a system for vetting. And one of the systems that I would say is you start with attractiveness. Are you attracted to this person? Okay. Then you start with, can you have a conversation with them?
Okay.
Can you have a basic conversation with them? And then you look at step number 3, which is on paper. Like, how much money do you want someone to make? What kind of schooling do you want them to have? What kind of work do you want to do? How many hours do you want your partner to work? And that's a long list of stuff, but you should talk about it. Like, what kind of weather do you want to live in? Do you want to live in Florida? Do you want to live in Alaska? What kind of, relationship do you want to have? Then number 4 is you talk about the deep can you have deep conversations about hard things that's hard to talk about? Then number 5 is your character. So that's one of my ideas for my vetting system. Then I'm going to start
character.
Takes time. You look for honesty, you look for good traits, and something else I would say is this is how you know you've got a good mate. The 3 things you want to look for in a person. The main 3 things I would say is, number 1 is, are they caring and kind? Are they caring and kind to you? They can hate everybody else, but they got to be caring and kind to you. They got to be caring and kind to you. They can hate everybody else, but they got to be caring and kind to you. Then number 2 would be honest and truthful. Are they honest and truthful? Okay. And then number 3 would be, are they willing to work on self-development? So are they willing to improve themselves? And I think if you move like that, you have a much better chance of being successful in your dating relationship when you look for those 3 things. And then also, do you ever good character traits like integrity, honor, respectful, trustworthy? Those are all the things you look for. You get to vet over time. You don't figure it out right away. Now, some people can figure it out right away because they're just blessed. They're blessed with those special talents. But most of us have to take the time to get to know somebody.
I don't give you a second chance, man. You mess up once, especially in the beginning.
Right. Oh yeah, I get it. You're out of there. But I'm just saying you're vetting. See, the problem with it is is we've lost that trait of vetting people, and we don't. And also we need to bring the family in. So the thing about it is,
Agreed.
Like if I'm going to date a woman, like the women in my family, she gets to check her out to see what they think about her. And when the women date a man, they need to bring her to the family. And I'm not going to sit there and say the men should pick the women to pick. I mean, I'm not going to say the father should pick the man. I'm like, no. You find him. You go out and you find a dude who turns you on, who gets you flowing, who turns you on. You want to have sex with him. You want to be around him. And you like him. Okay, cool. But before we go any further, you bring him to us so we can see if he's right. Because
that's a good point.
Certain stuff about certain stuff about the opposite sex we ain't gonna see. Because I was dealing with this woman, and a man was trying to advise me, but he couldn't see that she was full of it. I talked to some of my friends that were much younger than this man with her. They're like, nah, she's lying. They knew right away, because women know women and men know men. So like if a man's full of it, men are gonna pick up on that much quicker than a woman will, and vice versa. When a woman's full of it, women will pick up on it. Huh?
Diamond. Hold
yes,
on.
Sir.
Sister Annie wanted to ask you. She said she wanted to clarify her question. Her question was, about a good man, but she meant independent of a woman. Like, so we're not going to use a woman as a reference. Just what is a good man outside of being with a woman?
Well, a good man is just someone who who has the integrity. So a good man or a good person is a person who has value. So I have a pyramid setup structure that I believe a person should be well-rounded. So on the bottom.
Wait. Just want to make sure I understand you. You just said that a good person has value. Is that right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna explain everything to you, sir.
All right.
So I have like a pyramid where the bottom piece is one piece. There's a second. There's two pieces on each side. Then there's a capstone on the top. So your first thing on the bottom is your value. That's your character. That's your integrity, your honor, your respect. Everything that's positive, you try to do that, and whatever is negative, you try to decrease it, and you try to get that out your system. You're never going to be perfect, but you want to strive for perfection, and you want to try to get closer and closer to that the older and older you get, because now you have better perspective and you live longer and you've been through a lot, but you want to be moving in that direction. You want to be a person who has a good heart. And then on the other side is the knowledge of self. Like, your knowledge of self means if you're into Christianity, you're into Islam, you're into whatever you believe, you follow it to a T. You don't play. Right? Like if you're Muslim, you're praying 5 times a day or whatever they say. If they say pray 10 times a day, you do it. If that's what they say, that's what you do. You follow it. And then also knowledge of self is knowing yourself. Like, you need to know about yourself. You need to know the history of your family, the history of your people. And also you need to know about other faith systems. And then I would say knowledge of skill is having some kind of skill, whether you're a bricklayer, a carpenter, whether you are corporate and you got tech skills. There's many skills people can have. Everybody usually is good at something. So then the capstone is practical application. That means you're going to use that to help and assist and bring up the race. So you're going to use those things in a positive way. Because here's the thing: if you have skills and you don't have the practical application in the knowledge of value, which is your knowledge of value, and your value is the foundation for everything. If you don't have that, then you won't use your skills to help Black people. You end up being used by corporate America. You'll never use your skills to help Black people. If you don't have the knowledge of self, you're not going to know who you are. You're not going to know your history. You're not going to know where you come from. And it's important to know.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get a lot in on. So listen. Can I replace value with utility? Because
you can say that. But when I talk about value, I'm talking about having characteristics of a good person that you would want around you. So when I say values, I'm looking at values as he's trustworthy. He believes in being honorable.
Oh, you said values with an S. I thought you said value with no S. Okay.
No, my bad. I'm sorry.
Values. Okay. So, yeah, that's true. But would you agree that most relationships are based initially on utility, right?
I think it's based on feelings.
Okay.
I just want to feel good. I think most relationships are based on making
Right.
someone feel good.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So whatever that's the utility of the other person. They're making you feel good. You can utilize that good feeling. So that's why you want to be around them, because you're able to utilize that good feeling that they're giving you. Right. That's the utility there. Right. I mean, they have to be bringing something to the table of a positive nature for us to want to get them, and we have to be able to utilize that. Right. Would you agree or disagree?
I think to a certain extent, I've just learned that that someone may not make you feel good, as long as they look good enough for you to want to, be intimate with. If they have the character, you're better off to take the character over the feel good moments, because the feel good moments come and go. They're not reliable. Because every day you're with someone, they're not going to make you feel good. I've been married for 15 years. My wife does not make me feel good every day. Sometimes we make each other feel horrible. So if you go based upon feelings, you're never going to be stable.
But what I'm saying is, it may not be feeling. It may be something else, right? You're the kind of guy like me, right? My wife, just if something comes in the mail and it has a bill on it and it has my name on it to pay it, she just hand it to me, right? She don't even open it, try to pay it or nothing, right? She just hand it to me, right? So, but they know that those things are going to get taken. They know they got a competent person handling that, so they can go out and do the stuff that, like, my wife will go, oh, I need to go buy cupcakes they're having a potluck. I got to go buy cupcakes, right? She could just spend her money like that, right? But me, I got to be like, oh, okay, I got to make sure we got enough money for gas and this and that. And so they know that they have somebody competent sitting there, right? So that's the utility that I'm bringing to the table. Well, one of the things of utility that I'm bringing to the table, right? My wife is bringing other stuff to the table, right? Like, one of the things she does is she goes to the school. She helps out at the school with the kids and everything, because the teacher don't have nobody to help her. So she's up there helping her with the kids and everything, right? And so and we help each other, with different stuff around the house, different things, right? So my point is, the utility is probably going to be like, because when you first meet somebody, you're trying to figure out what are they going to bring to my life? What positive are they going to bring to my life? Yes? Is that what
you know what, Clarence? I think we need to look at it totally different. I think we need to look at it as, how can we connect? And we need to always look at it from a reciprocal way. What can we bring to each other instead of just thinking about ourselves? We need to be able to think in a way that's very holistic. And I think that is what really destroys a lot of our relationships, is just not being able to think about it holistically. We have to think about it. The problem with relationships is a lot of us think about, how can I win? But we have to think about, how can I win and how can you win? Right? Because here's the thing. If I have let's just say I lived in the country where silver was worth as much as gold is. And gold is worth as much. So let's just say silver, we know that the gold is worth more than silver, right?
Right.
But let's just say we lived in countries where it was the other way around. You live in a country where silver is worth more than gold. And I live in a country where gold is worth more than silver. Okay. And we both have 1,000 pounds of gold. No, but my bad. If you got 1,000 pounds of silver, I got 1,000 pounds of gold. If we trade evenly, we can both make a big profit. Instead of each other trying to figure out a way to rip each other off, we try to we just trade evenly. Just like if apples and oranges are worth the same, you want apples for apple cider, I want oranges for orange juice. Instead of trying to find a way to make one worth more than the other, so I can try to get the advantage, let's just trade them evenly. So you can get your apple cider, I can get my orange juice. But that's not how people look at it.
Diamond, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. The world has made it so that that's how we approach relationships, especially Black people. You have the Real Housewives of Atlanta, Real Housewives of New York. Black people acting up in LA. Black people acting stupid in Florida. Black people acting stupid in Atlanta, right? You have all these shows that show Black people how the ridiculousness of Black relationships, male-female relationships, right? Just ridiculous. And so when you have the people being socialized into this, right? They're being told that this is cool to do this. This is the right way to approach a relationship with all this chaos. This is what's going to happen. You're not going to be looking into things like to be brotherly, where there's no advantage. You're going to always be looking at, how can I get an advantage in this situation? How can I get an advantage? One of the ways that a lot of people get advantage is they try to get the other person to try to have this big gap in utility, right? Like the woman is not bringing that much to the table financially, but the man has to be making $150,000, $200,000 a year, right? Why?
Yeah, it sounds like a scam to me.
Gap in utility. They want the big gap in utility, right? So because that's an advantage, right? If I can control your movements, even though you have that much, that many resources coming through, then that's good for me, right? So that's I'm not saying all women do that, but some women do that. But my point is, how can we we try to get around the fact that situation exists like that, because it exists. We can't just say that it doesn't exist. We got all the people around us.
Well, I say the same. I say the thing I've always said. You present the right answers, and the people who don't want to listen, you just let them do their thing, man. Because you can lead people to water, but you can't make them drink. So I'm not trying to force anybody to drink. My whole thing is, I'll say, listen, this is water right here. Give it a shot. You don't want to give it a shot? Okay, you do your own thing. When that goes left for you, don't say I didn't tell you. Just like I've seen some women, and I say, yeah, you shouldn't take that dude. She'll say, oh, you're jealous. You want me? I'm like, no, I don't want you. I don't want to see you get screwed over. Now she needs help with the baby. She needs this, and I'm like, no, don't come to me anymore. So don't come to me with that. You made your choice. You made your bed. You lie in it. So I'm not, so that's how I think we should handle the situation. We don't need to play games with people.
How it's being handled. That's how it's being handled.
Yeah.
That's why we're in the situation we're in now.
No, that's not. No, Clarence, no, brother, man, you my man. I love you, but no. No. That's not how it's being handled. How it's being handled is we make excuses for those in our family who do dumb stuff, and we keep doing that. Just like some people will have a kid that will go to jail and keep bailing them out. No. The first time you may bail them out. The second time, you let them know, listen, I love you, son, but you get in jail again, you on your own. I might come and see you. But I'm not going to bail you out. I'm not spending any money to help you with a lawyer or anything. If you're innocent, that's one thing. But if you did something, I'm not helping you. But the problem is we keep making excuses for people who make mistakes.
But we just acknowledged that they're innocent people. They're like Elijah Muhammad said, they're hypnotized.
Clarence, our people act dumb, but we're very smart. The thing about it is that we don't have character.
Anybody can get caught up, brother. Anybody can get caught up out here.
You can get caught up, you do the consequence. See, here's the thing, right? I got into a situation where I didn't pay my gas bill, right?
Okay.
And my gas got shut off. This is when I first moved out here to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
They cut my gas off. Now who's to blame for me not paying it? I didn't pay it. So I had to do. So I had to figure out. So I went down to a place and they gave me some money to help pay for it. But still, that was on me. So if my gas would have been off, that was on me. And it was wintertime to cut my gas off. But that would have been on me.
I think we all been there.
I can't blame anybody for that happening. I didn't pay the gas bill, so I had to deal with the consequence. So when you do stuff that's dumb, and people warn you and say, hey, that's not a good idea, bro. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Oh man, mind your own business. Okay. When you need help, now I'm gonna mind my own business.
Okay. Did we agree that Black people have been socialized to be self-destructive? I think you even put that in the chat. Did you agree?
Very, very much true. But here's the thing. It's up to you to make the choice on what you're going to do with your life. Nobody can make you do anything. So I understand it. But it's up to you and me to think. And we all have to make our own choices. And people like you and me have always been there. The people like Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey, we've always been there. We we have to take accountability for the choices that we make, and we have to deal with the consequences. Because here's the thing: if I go over someone's house and I have a girlfriend, and I see a bunch of dudes having group sex, for me not participating, there's a consequence. I don't get to bust that. I don't get to bust that nut and have that fun. Oh, am I still there?
I'm still here.
Well, if I can drop them, I'm like, oh shit. But I don't get to have that fun. You know what I'm saying? I don't get to have that fun. But if I get involved and then I catch a disease, then there's always consequences for doing the right thing, and there's consequences for doing the wrong thing. So my whole thing is, if you want to do right or do wrong, you have to understand there's going to be consequences. That's just all there is to it.
But
and you have to do it.
What I'm saying to you is, what the attitude like a lot of people have is like you said, you know, hey, you know, it's you should just do it and that's it. But with that attitude, when we have so many sick people running around here, that attitude is not going. It's like they have these shows called Predator Poachers or Predator Catchers or all those shows where they try to do like To Catch a Predator, where they
Chris Hansen.
Yeah. Okay, they have shows like that where they try to do stuff like that, right? But in reality, you're not going to shame somebody out of their desires. So they'll catch the person, and they sit them down, and they say, what do you think you're doing? Why are you doing this? This is stupid. You got a wife at home. You got this and that. And they try to just blast them and berate them, right? Like they're just, you know, and the problem is they're sick. The person is sick. They're sick. And so if you just berate them, that's not going to fix anything. What they need is they need special mental help, right?
Well, if they're preying on children, I think they need to be taken care of. I ain't gonna say what needs to happen, but that's interesting, Clarence. Because here's something.
Wait, brother, because I was making a point. I want to make that
Sorry.
point. Okay, so now you said they're preying on children that should be taken out. Okay.
That's right.
That's fair enough, but that's not
Problem
the issue.
solved.
Well, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is you're not going to fix the problem by just saying, "Okay, you know what? We're gonna you do you, and if you do you just go to jail, or you get the treatment, whatever." That's not going to fix the problem because you got a whole community of sick people here. So what we have to do is do the best thing to fix the community so that the damage can be lowered, right?
Well, you can't.
Listen.
Well, my brother.
Listen,
Oh, sorry.
if we force people, see, it's the same thing in the Black community. You have so many sick people running around till you can't just say, well, you just do you and I'm gonna do me. You can do it, but the problem is that nothing's never going to get fixed, just like how we in the situation now. Well, you do what you do. You're going to be stupid, you be stupid. But a lot of our people out here sick, and they don't know they're sick, right? They don't know that they are out of their minds, right? So,
Clarence, I would give my people much more credit than what you're giving them. They know better. They just don't care. Because here's the thing.
Not hearing me. You're not hearing me. You building up.
I'm hearing you.
But you're not hearing what I'm saying. They don't know that they're sick. They may know that they can consciously see that this is right and that's wrong based on what the culture and society has told them, right? This is wrong. This is illegal. This is not legal. They can see that, but they're so sick that they can't rewire the desire to do the wickedness that they want to do. They can't they need help to rewire that. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm saying the same thing about Black people in general. They need help to do that rewiring. You can't just say, well, you guys are doing bad, you know, because they've been wired to do that. They have to be rewired. They have to be redeemed.
Here's the thing, Clarence. I understand what you're saying. Some people realize they're doing wrong, and they try to fix it. Now, here's the thing. I know some people who have been hooked on hard drugs, and they went to rehab and they relapsed. I can respect those. But someone who won't even go to rehab, I have no respect for them. There's nothing they can say to me My attitude towards that is you never went to rehab, you never tried to once, get out my face. I don't want nothing to do with you because you haven't tried. So here's the thing that's interesting, right? Speaking of people,
most drug addicts will never go to rehab.
Well, then that's their problem. We need to leave, let them do their thing.
But do you think the reason why they're not going to rehab is because they just don't want, like they know that it could help them, or the reason why they don't want to go is because they feel like they don't have a problem?
Well, no, it's not that, Clarence. It's a responsibility. Because here's the thing, Clarence. Once someone gets clean on drugs, once you get clean, you no longer have excuses for why you're at where you're at. So you can't just go to the bathroom in the middle of the street anymore. Because once you get clean, right, now they're going to expect you to go get a job. They're going to be like, okay, brother so-and-so, I'm happy that you're clean now. They're hiring at the hospital. So now you're going to be expected to go get married, go get a car, go get a house like everybody else is doing.
Listen.
And a lot of them don't want to do that. So the drugs is definitely but an excuse for them.
Wait. That's a hard line, brother, because most of the people that on drugs, even if they go through, when they go through and they complete a rehabilitation course, you know what they call them? Recovering addicts.
Right. But I respect people who try.
Why do you think they call them recovering addicts?
Because they recovered and they did something about it.
No. They're not recovered. They're recovering.
Yes.
Recovering. That's like everybody in the church. They're trying to recover. We're recovering. It's not a complete situation. It's not going to be complete until you holding hands with the Father. It's not a complete situation. You recovering. You're constantly learning. Just like that person. That's why they have the song. We play the song in the beginning of the show, Relapse, right? It's a relapse. Anybody can relapse because of the environment that we're in is so wicked. Something could trigger you into doing it. So I don't want to say it's just that cut and dry, like, oh well, if you go back on drugs, you're just sorry, you're just weak. No, it's more than that. Maybe they are weaker than the other person. That might be true, but it's not just because they just want to get back on drugs, man. It's because a lot of times they've been so conditioned, that's their crutch. And they get to a point, like I said in the beginning of the show, they get to a certain point where the crutch is the only thing that matters in their life.
Right. And I'm just saying when people like that. So here's the thing, right? If you relapse and you tried, I respect that. But I don't respect someone who won't go to rehab because in Pittsburgh there's a lot of drug addicts, and we started talking to these people, and a lot of them were like, I don't want to stop using drugs. I don't want to go to rehab, and they weren't trying to go to rehab. They weren't half of them weren't trying to go. They wanted to
why aren't they trying to go to rehab?
Oh, because they don't want the responsibility of being clean. Because here's the thing, Clarence.
I disagree with you, brother.
Okay, we can disagree.
Yeah. I still love you. I just disagree with you. Well, go ahead.
But the reason why I guess I see it that way is because I've seen people with a lot of issues and problems, but they don't want to do the work to fix it. Then they want to bring that destruction to you, and I'm like, no. Don't bring it over here. You take that destruction and go on with it because you don't want to fix yourself. And the thing about it is, I have all kind of problems. I still have to work on that to fix myself. I can't make excuses. I have to make it happen. I have to do my best to fix it. And here's something interesting about people who have been busted for touching children, right?
Yes.
Some of them in Florida decided to live in an area that's away from everywhere else. And the reporter came down there and they said, why would you want to live far away from everybody else? Because I don't want to be around children because I know that I can't stop myself. So he took the responsibility to say that I'm going to live away from children because I can't stop myself. See, I can respect the person who does that. He got busted for touching a child before. He went to prison. He got out and he decided to live somewhere with other people who have done it. And he's like, I know that I'm sick. And I know I know I'm sick, but I'm going to make a choice so I don't hurt anybody else to live to live away from our people. Now, people who can't do that got no respect for him.
Okay.
Here's the thing: he stood up like a man and he took responsibility. That's what I respect about that. He took responsibility.
Yeah, but like I said, there's different levels I put a link down there, Bolo, but I'll put it back there again. There are different levels, brother. There's different levels to the illnesses of our people, man. We had different levels, man. And some of our people are really ill, man. They're really sick and they don't see it. They got blinders on, man.
They see it, Clarence.
Huh?
They see it.
They can see it. How do you know?
Absolutely, they can see it, Clarence.
Brother, how can you speak for another human being? How can you speak for another human
Well,
being?
put it like this.
They can see and what they can hear.
Here's the thing. If you weigh 500 pounds, right, you know you need to take your behind to the gym and change your diet. It's up to you to do so. Get in the gym.
Okay.
Change your diet. Just like me, I'm trying to lose weight.
Why would I need to listen? Why would I need to do that if I got a crutch? If I got a crutch that's letting me walk around and letting me do it, right? Let's say I'm 500 pounds, but I'm worth $10 million. I'm getting women. I'm getting money. I got money. I'm getting women. I'm getting friendships not because of me, because of the money. So I got a crutch that's helping me maneuver through the society. So why do I need to wait?
Right. I got you on that level, but the point being is.
So I wouldn't even know I was sick. I wouldn't even know unless I went to the doctor and the doctor said, hey, bro, wait a minute. Clarence, you 500 pounds, man. You about to have a heart attack walking up these
steps. Right. So at that point, Clarence, it's up to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
Okay. It's up to you at that point. Once you figure out that something's wrong, it's up to you to do something about it.
I mean, I agree with you, brother, but that's when you realize it. But my point is our people are so sick, they don't realize that they're sick.
They realize it, Clarence.
They're not going to get help. They're saying, I'm cool. Ain't nothing wrong with me.
No, Clarence. Here's the thing that's interesting, right? You'll meet a lot of men. You'll meet a lot of men over time. I met 1 million men over time, right? That will talk about how they want to use women for sex, how they want to turn them out, get them to be bisexual and have sex with other women, run trains on them, all sorts of sick, twisted stuff.
Okay.
But if someone said that about their sister, they want to take the person's head off who said that about their sister or their mama. So I would say to these guys, well, how come you can say that about this girl down here, but they can't say that about your mom and the women in your family? Then they go, well, those women, the women in my family are queens, but the rest of those women are a bunch of hoes. I'm like, no, that's BS. Because the rest of the people see the women in your family as hoes. You're fake. To me, those men are fake. They're phony. Because if you can't see the rest of the women like you see your family, then you're a phony. That's just the way I see it. People like that disgust me. I stop dealing with that person right then and there. Because I stop dealing with him. Because I was ready to cut the case. Because the thing about it, if I kept dealing with him, you read about me in the papers.
Okay, man. Hey, you have put me on the shelf, man. You know, Bolo's coming in. What is that? Remember the old wrestling, man, where they do the tag team? Pow, right? They just have that Bolo.
What's up, Bolo? How you doing, brother?
You pushed me out the ring, man. I'm gonna have Bolo come in.
Bolo, you the man up here. I love you, brother. I'm just coming hard line.
I know you do. We talking just in the spirit of what we talking about, brother. I know you love me. I love you too. But I know you just pushed me out the ring. So I got a tag team Bolo, unless Bolo's going to come and tell me where I'm wrong. Bolo, where am I wrong? What did I say wrong this time?
First of all, thank you for allowing me on. Hey, Dime, what's going on, my G? Everything good?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good. I've been listening to you guys for a bit. Where's the a lot of the times when we speak from an anecdotal experience, right? Things that we go through in our lives, and the world is bigger than the experiences that we've gone through. So when you talk about everyone knows, you're coming from a dangerous place. You're coming from a very dangerous place because, again, everyone has their own view of how they see things. If we don't have a universal thought process that governs above us, we're going to have an issue. Now, when you don't extend grace, when grace is not extended, you have a problem, a fundamental problem. Okay? You have to extend grace. You can't just cut people off like that. There's a lot of people that just don't know. There's a lot of people that heal wrong, bro. They heal wrong. What do you say to that man that doesn't know how to be a man. He was raised by just women. What do you say to him?
I say, here's the water of being a man. You drink or you get out my face. Because here's my whole thing about grace. I understand grace, but I only give grace to those who are trying to work. If you're not trying to do anything, no grace from me.
Hold on. That was rhetorical. What I'm saying to you is what you just did was off. What you just did was wrong. So in other words, I've been raised by women all my life. And I've been raised by hurt women. So I don't know what it is to think like a man, to be as malleable as a man, as tenacious as a man, as patient as a man. These things I have to see working in real time. You just can't tell a dude to go out there and be a man. It doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? You when a son sees his father working, it's not just through the good, it's through the bad, it's through the hard. Him coming home from work tired, stressed out, he's sweating and all that stuff, and he sees what his father goes through, and he's patiently just looking at his pops and see how his father works through these things. He sees how his father deals with the other kids, the other brothers in the environment, so forth and so on. This is years of compound learning and experiencing, and then taking it from theory and actually going out into the world and watching it work. So you're telling this kid that didn't have none of that, hey, I'm gonna put you in a pool, sink or swim?
No, that's not what I said. Not what I said at all. No. Well, let me explain to you what I meant. What I mean is, we're gonna put you in the pool, and I'm gonna show you how to swim the best that I know how. Clarence's gonna show you some strokes, and Bolo's gonna show you some strokes. And then so your thing is, you're gonna try these strokes or not. So it's up to you if you're going. So the thing about it, once it's been presented to you, you either take advantage of it or you don't. If you don't,
let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. So you okay? Brother Clarence shows him the breaststroke. I show him the backstroke. You show him the butterfly, and see, now you have all these different questions. How long do we give this child? Where's the patience? Where's the long suffering?
Oh, as long as he's trying, I'm there.
Now, here's another question. Trying looks different in different children, in different men. Trying is different. There are some people are going to catch it faster than others. So are we going to say that person tried harder than the other person?
Good point.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say that, Bolo.
So then what would you say? So then that's my point. So
no, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is, it's like when I had a job where I had to tutor some children, right? The children who were willing to try to do their work, I would have helped them for the rest of their life. I wouldn't have cared about anything. I would have always been willing to help them. But the kids who refused to do their work, I didn't want nothing to do with them. They disgusted me because they refused to do their work. So what I'm trying to say is, long as you're trying, I'll be there for the rest of your life. Until I'm dead or until you're dead, I'll be there for you. But when someone doesn't like it, and I don't care if it takes a long time for you to get it. Long as you're trying, I am willing to help you.
Diamond,
you don't try to forget about it.
Let me tell you a story, Diamond. Go ahead, Brother Clarence.
Oh, okay. Let me say this real quick. Did you hear what you said? Did you hear what you said, brother? You said that you talking about kids now. You said if a kid don't want to do something, you're gonna be done with them, right?
Well, they're not my kids. They're my kids. They would be dealt with very harshly. You do what you're told to do. That's how I grew up.
What if
the way I grew up is you do what you're told to do.
Wait a minute, but Diamond, what if you had a kid and he's your kid and he don't want to do what you're telling him to do? What you gonna do? Put him out of the house 6 years old?
No. Here's the thing. That's a good question, and it's like this. When he starts to become a teenager, I'm gonna let him know. Listen, I've dealt with your crap for 15 years. You got one more year, and if you think you're gonna keep doing this stuff, we're done. Because here's the thing: when you put those hard boundaries down, people are more likely to respect it. But when you keep giving people chances, when we're not talking about because they made a mistake, we're talking about when people.
But that doesn't mean that I learned from it. That doesn't mean just because you lay down some hard facts and I adhere to it, don't mean that I learned the lesson that you wanted me to learn. But let me tell you this story. I was watching the Dog Whisperer before he became just the Dog Whisperer. And they had this couple that had a cat. And they were going to kill the cat because the cat was very extremely violent. Okay, so the Dog Whisperer said, give me a week with the cat. If I can't change the cat, then, you know, you can do what you need to do. Okay, cool. Long story short, he asked the people, did the cat have any siblings? Yeah, the cat had 2 brothers. The brothers died when the cat was born. So he said, here's the breakdown going on. When cats are playing around with each other's siblings, there is so much information that's being given back and forth. How hard to play, when not to play, how hard to bite. He lost that. That cat lost that experience of growth. So when the cat is grabbing at Brother Clarence's feet, he's thinking he's playing, but he's actually biting into this cat. He's biting into Brother Clarence hard. So the point of the matter is, if they didn't get some other perspective outside of their anecdotal experience, they would have put the cat down. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is the human brain doesn't fully develop until 26. So you're telling your boy child at 15 or 18, get it together? See, we got to stop using with this Western culture, say kids are adults. I don't know when kids are adults. They're trying to say kids at 3 years old can determine whether they're boy or girl. But then they want to say at 18, they can drink, they can vote, they can do all these different things. So they have so many different plates spinning at the same time. But when you're a parent, you never stop being a parent. And there's one word that is synonymous with father. That's called patience. You can't be a father if you're not patient. Period. Whether it's your child or someone else's child. And believe me, patience get wear thin. I'm not telling you that I'm the most patient dude. There's times that we all lose our patience. The point of the matter is you don't want them to learn through pain. Because when someone learns through pain, the real essence of what you want to teach them, they really don't learn it. So when you tell your child, yo, man, this is what you have to do, blah, 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 and if you don't, you got to get out. I understand the point. I get it. But you want him to understand, why is daddy telling me this? Why is he doing this? Now they can understand it. The worst thing that we do with our children is we don't give them the tools and to be able to navigate through this wicked world. That's the worst thing we can do, is not give them the education and the tools. We try to create this world that is totally not true. So when you're talking the way you're talking, and I get it, the frustration, the anger, I get it. I hear you. What I'm saying is, it's a disaster waiting to happen, bro. Because who's the leaders? Because we had this conversation before. Who governs? Who's going to stand up and say, this is what I want to happen? Who's the ruler? Who makes the rules? If we go according to what you're saying, who makes the rules? Who says, all right, Brother Clarence, we spent enough time with this young man. It's time for him to, give him the book, give him a gun and send him out into the world and close the gate behind him. Who gives that timetable? Who's the man that does that? When do you give that time? Because if you're going to say it for one cat, it has to be across the board for all. And we just established that everyone learns at a different pace.
Well,
so if that cat,
okay, no, what I was saying is, no. The only thing I have a problem with is when someone's being disobedient. If someone's trying, then they got me forever. Okay, forever. They always can listen. Like if I had a child and the child went out there and he made some mistakes and he had to come back and live with me, yeah, I got him. But here's the thing. You're not going to sit up in my house if I say, hey, look, I need you to take the garbage out, or I need you to take care of this, and talking about what you're not going to do. It's not going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Or hit the good one.
That's what he's saying, though.
But what I'm saying to you, Diamond, what you're not getting is everyone looks at things differently. There's some hold on. There are some men that have children that have Down syndrome and don't understand let me not even use Down syndrome because it's very easy to see. There are some children on the spectrum, and they're at a high functionality that you can't see that they're on the spectrum. But there's certain things that they're not going to pick up as quick as another child. So what if you have that child? Then what?
It's not a problem.
No, but according to you, if you are not a learned father to understand what to look for on these children that are on the spectrum, you would take that as disrespect.
No.
Hold on. Brother, what I'm saying to you is, you know how many fathers I deal with that goes through that, bro? This ain't something I'm telling you that I don't deal with. How many fathers I talk to whose children are on the spectrum and they don't know until they're told, listen, your child is on the spectrum. And then they look at themselves and say, good God, man. Now they have to shift their whole thought process on how to reach that child. They can't reach the child the same way that they would reach their sibling because the sibling is not on the spectrum. So you have to reach out to that child a whole different way. You have to kind of reconstruct the way you think to get to that child in their thinking. This thing ain't easy. We don't have a rule book on being parents. We don't have a rule book on being stewards. Understand something, bro. And I'm glad that I made that statement. We are stewards. Lyric said something that's very important. We are owners of nothing, but stewards. Nothing here we own. We are stewards. So who are we to say that I'm going to just get rid of this child? Or, you know what? If you continue moving this way, maybe it's you. Maybe your delivery is wrong. Why is it that it's the child's fault? Maybe it's the parents.
I ain't gonna worry about it. But I get what you're saying. but Bolo, let me say something to you. Here's an example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There was a kid, they had it on YouTube. There was a kid that was involved in gang activity, and the family's house got shot up because of it. The father told him, look, this gang stuff is going to stop right now. If I have any more problems out of you, you're out this house. And I don't see anything wrong with that.
Listen, what I'm saying to you is what you're doing is what a lot of people do to prove their points. They go to the extreme.
I'm saying it would have to be extreme. I'm not as cold as people think I am. It would have to be the extreme from me to tell someone they got to go. I'm not going to just tell someone to go because they make a mistake.
But what I'm saying to you is the conversation that we're having right now is extremes. We're not having conversations on the small little the differences of opinions and all that. We're talking extremes. If the dude shoots up a crib, you got to go. These are extremes we're talking about. These are exceptions to the rule. What we need to be talking about is the rule. Now, again, I'm not telling you that there aren't exceptions. There's a lot of exceptions out there, but there are more rules out there. So when Brother Clarence is telling you that our people are sick, this ain't something that happened overnight, my G. We're talking about compound of slavery, compound of being last hired and first fired, compound of being shot in the back, all these things, bro. PTSD as soon as you're born. Absolutely. Yeah. These things happen. Now, again, I'm not giving someone liberty just to flip out. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we have to have grace, mercy, bro. We have to. When you go to when you have a dog that's been chained out in the elements for a long time, when you go to help it, it doesn't know you're trying to help him. He gonna bite your ass. But you being a patient person and you knowing that, hey, because I flip out. When you see these white people go to help these animals, and these animals attack them, snakes bite them and all sorts of stuff, sharks bite them and all that, they don't get pissed off because they understand that these animals have been traumatized. And they have to have that grace. It's so crazy when we can't have that for each other.
Well, my whole thing is I'm at the point in my life now where I realize that having grace for people it ain't for me. Yeah, I think that y'all are able to do that. That's a good thing with me. I ain't got it. One mistake, you're gone. That's just how it is with me because I've been screwed over so many times that I'm not going to give barely anybody any grace.
And that's the point right there. Now we
let me
struck
ask you this.
oil up,
Let me
brother
let me
Clarence.
ask him this, Bolo. Let me ask him this. Okay,
Yeah.
so you want to if you want the community to improve, right? How are we going to improve the community, especially the men, if we just have a hard line? Because we're doing that now, and there is no improvement. It's getting worse. With
No,
us
we're
getting,
not doing that, Clarence.
yes,
We're
we
not
are.
doing that.
Wait. Nobody.
How?
No. Listen. We not. I'm talking about on a mass scale.
We're
You
not
got
doing that on the mass scale, Clarence.
you got guys like me and Bolo out here, but I mean most people have a stance you have there yourself, which is, hey, you doing this because you want to do this. You black men are like this because they want to be like this, and that to me is, like I said, that's ignoring the fact that they've been socialized to be that way, and they're sick and they don't know. Here's a man like Jesus has to come and show people that they sick. No, you killing the woman and you letting the man escape. That's sick. No, that ain't right. That's unjust, right? If you talking about you really being just, the man should be in the pit with her, right? I mean, if you really want to be justice, right? So he had to show people how sick they were, how off they was, because the people didn't even realize they was off until this man had to come and tell them they was off, right? And I'm saying that most of our black men are like that. Yes, they are. They're consciously doing these things, consciously, but their consciousness is based in the socialization that they've gone through since they were 2 years old. They've been using sex to sell cereal, sex to sell bikes, sex to sell everything since they was 2 or 3 years old. So now they get to a certain point where now their parts are alive. That at a certain age, your genitals become alive. They're in storage at a certain point, and then they become alive. Let's say, so now that stuff is coming alive, right? Or somebody can take them out of storage prematurely. We call this the M word, right? Where somebody can prematurely awaken your genitals, right? But for the most part, they're in storage until we get to a certain point. My point is this: okay, at a certain point, we have to realize that our people are doing these things based on a socialization. Yes, they should know the difference between right and wrong, and mostly they do. But why can't they stop doing the wrong stuff? Because they've been socialized to do this stuff, right? And
I
so
don't see it that way, brother.
Can I make a point, brother Clarence? Can I make a point? Because I think we're having two different conversations, my G. I think we're having two different conversations. Let me tell you what I heard before you made that statement. Okay, I think that in the growth, of our people, a lot of the times, when the Father tells you love your brother as you love yourself, it takes time for you to love you. It takes time for you to be able to mirror and see the cracks, right? And see where you need to spackle and where you need to paint and where you need to fix yourself. Right? That's one of the Lord says, get your house in order before you get mine, right? He's not just talking about getting your family. He's also talking about you. Diamond made a statement that really resonated with me, Brother Clarence. And what he said was, I've been hurt too many times. You know what I'm saying? So Diamond is coming from a position of hurt. This is why his lanyard is very short.
Agreed.
This is why he has not. And what's so crazy? Today we talked about forgiveness, right? We read Romans 4 today, right? And this is the beauty of what's so crazy. I tell you, every time I come to your channel, man, every time if we read something in the village, you come back and give confirmation, right?
I tried, man. I tried.
Don't try, brother. You're doing it. Here's the crazy thing. When you read Romans chapter 4, verse 7 and 8, it says, blessed are those whose lawless deeds are forgiven and whose sins are covered. Blessed is the man to whom the Lord shall not impute sin. Now, the Lord talks about forgiveness here in three different ways. So when he tells you bless forgiveness is committed against the Father, right? And in the Greek, the word is translated forgiveness. It means to let go. And my brother D, you haven't let go. Every decision that you have made and that you're making, every conversation that you have and have had since I've heard you on this channel comes from a place of pain and remembrance of experiences that you've gone through. Now, again, it doesn't mean just because I forgive someone, I forget what I've gone through. But when you forgive, you don't bring up, you let it go, right? So that's what he's talking about when he says, blessed are those lawless deeds are forgiven. The Father don't throw your sins of old in your face. He lets it go. Then when he says, and whose sins are covered, that's where the grace of Christ comes, right? When Christ died, he paid a price that we could never pay. I could never pay, right? So when we look at it, it's for him to defend, to hedge in, to join together, refuge, to protect. That's what that covered means. And then last and certain not least is blessed is the man to whom the Lord shall not impute sin. We have so much red in our ledger, my G, so much red, that when you come as a believer, the Father doesn't even add those up against you. Now the reason why I bring this up is he gives this to us freely. Not only did he give it to us, he died, my G. See, a lot of people don't understand why when Christ said, why hast thou forsaken me? Remember when he said that he was on the cross? You know why? Because the Father at that point treated him as if he had sinned. When you see him on the cross, put your face there. Because we have an unblemished lamb, a lamb that was without blemish, who took our punishment as an example. So he did nothing wrong and took your sin, paid for it in full. Who are we not to do it for each other? No, again, we're not him. We have limits. We do. Absolutely. However, this is what scares me. What scares me is all of us have trauma that has happened in our past that we need to deal with. This is why the Lord tells you, forsake ye not the assembly of one another. As brothers, as sisters, we all come together and we talk to each other, because if I've gone through something, Brother Clarence might have gone through something similar, and he's made it through. And through his experience, he can lay it on me and be that light that I need, because I'm in a dark place at this point. And not only does that help me, that brings our brotherhood together. That brings us together. It doesn't shut us out. It brings us together in the aspect of it makes us stronger. I can bond with this brother. He understands what I'm going through. You've been through a lot of pain, my G. And I said this to you the last time you and I had a conversation. It's hard for you to see through it, B. You know, it's like imagining you have one of those big project plastic bags, the black ones, and you put a red ball in there. And you just fill that, after you put that red ball into the bag, fill it up with black balls. You know how hard it is to try and get to that red ball. When you see it, every time you reach for it, all the other black balls get into the way. Every time we have this conversation, it always comes back to, listen, man, my patience is short from all the hurt that I've gotten. That's dangerous. Because I would say to you, then you can't be a leader. You can't be a leader. Because a leader is selfless. A leader don't think of himself. A leader don't operate through pain. A leader doesn't think that way. A leader, he doesn't allow his trauma to dictate the decisions that he needs to make. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be here.
Bolo.
Yes. Yeah.
You put a lot on his plate. Let me see if you got a response for what you said. Brother, are you still there?
I get it, but my response to that is I understand what people are saying, But I think black people give each other way too much grace. And I feel like that's the problem. At
Why?
some point, certain people have to be cut off in order for those to live. Because if you're going to plant a garden full of flowers, you can't allow weeds to keep growing. You can't. So the issue comes down to, if Clarence opens up a store in the community and they break the windows out, they're trying to rob the store, on top of the fact that they're not supporting the store, then what would be the purpose of him doing it? There would be none. So what it comes down to is we got to meet the people where they are, but they got to meet us where we are. So the point being is, if you want to be much more,
Wait, Diamond. The people are not going to raise. They're not going to meet you where you are. You're going to have
well,
to
it's
meet.
not going to work. It can't. Bolo, you cannot. I mean, Bolo and Clarence. The only thing I'm trying to say, my brothers, are you can't carry someone to liberation who does not want to go. You have to deal with them.
Do you know, Brother Clarence, you can't do this. You know, you just skipped everything I just said.
No, I didn't.
He did it not only this time, but he did the last 2 times you were talking to him.
We're not dealing with everybody. We're dealing with
That's why I
you.
said, bro, just let him
Right.
answer. Let him respond.
Forget everybody. Forget the black community, my G, right now. The black community is not who we talking to. We talking to Diamond. You made a statement that we want you to quantify. And you said that I've been hurt too many times to give grace.
Oh, because grace does not work. It works against you. It doesn't work.
That's my point, brother. And that's what. And here's the crazy thing.
It doesn't work for anybody.
This is the crazy thing. This is the quintessential dog tied up, and someone trying to help the animal, and the animal is biting the person, but the person understands that this animal's been hurt.
I ain't biting nobody, man. Don't be putting that on me, Bolo.
Listen, hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying it. I'm giving it to you as
I'm kidding, Bolo.
I know you are. I'm saying it in the aspect of that. In your hurt, you're so hurt that you don't want to allow anyone in again. I'm not letting no one in again. That's like a woman that's been hurt by a man and just says, this is how I'm going to be for the rest of my life. I ain't getting hurt no more. That same door that protects you from pain is that same door that protects you and holds you and restrains you from love, from friendship, from honor, from togetherness, from being alone. Understand that. It's the same door. You can't have it both ways. It's either you're going to open up that door and put a peephole on it so that you can see who's walking back and forth and determine who I'm going to give that love to, or just shut the door down. And now you're talking about having a leadership position and hurt.
I never claimed to be no leader. I never claimed that.
I'm not saying that, but right now what you're doing is when you come on these platforms and you speak and you say, this is what we should do. As black people, we're this, that, and the third, that. There are people that hear you. There are people that agree with you. There are people that have been hurt and think just like you think. And you sit there and say, damn, how is it we can't read this, brother, but we want, brother, love is no joke, my G. It's the strongest force on the planet. The strongest force on the planet. I've seen love do amazing things for people. However, the perspective of it is, if you take a seed, Brother Clarence and Brother Diamond, and you put it in the dirt, there's 2 perspectives that seed can come from, right? The seed could either look at it from the perspective of, I'm being buried, I'm claustrophobic, and I'm hurt. Or the seed can look at it, I'm being planted, and I'm going to grow into something beautiful. It's all in the perspective of that seed. So if that man or woman is looking at it where they're buried and they're closed off, they're going to continue to move, and that's the fruit that they're going to bear. You're a beautiful brother, man. The Lord put you through these things for a reason, right?
Point.
And he put you through these things for a reason, for you to grow from it. And again, Sometimes it takes a long time to grow through pain. I get it. Believe me, I get it. I've been through it, and there's some things I'm still growing from. You know, there's a reason why you keep bumping your head at this conversation every time you come here. And the crazy thing is, it's the same two brothers on the stage with you. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we had to,
we need to stop having grace. Maybe we need to stop having this grace.
about to say that if we had the thought process that you had, Brother Clarence would have blocked you a long time ago. You dig what I'm saying? If we came with the same spirit that you're coming with right now, Brother Clarence would have cut you off or blocked you a long time ago. But that's not the brother that he is. That's not the brother that I am.
Wait a minute. What have I done to Clarence to make him want to block me?
No, you see, you missed the whole point. Remember, you said that if that person doesn't see, doesn't grow, doesn't do this, doesn't do that, you know what I'm saying? We got to send them off. Now, you don't have to be disrespectful not to see. That's the point of mercy and grace being extended to you. Why isn't it extended to your people?
We're not, listen.
Yes, sir.
I'm not saying that because someone makes a mistake, you know, that you just cut them up. I'm saying when someone has proven that they're not going to do right and they're never going to try, then why would we keep extending grace when I believe that's what's holding? I believe that the overextension of grace is holding the community back. So my perspective is totally different. I believe that people.
Diamond, let me cut you off because I'm gonna let you finish. But I think you're conflating two things. You're bringing two things and making them one issue. Well, there's two different issues there. We're not talking. Like Bolo said, we're not talking about the extreme situations. But you keep conflating the extreme situation into every situation, and it's not that. That's not what we're.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't have a problem with helping those who want helped. I really don't.
Let me finish because I'm gonna let you finish, but let me finish. We're conflating that together. We're not saying that in an extreme situation you may have to take extreme measures. Yes, of course. I had a son that kept coming in at 3:00 in the morning. My oldest boy kept coming in 3:00 in the morning. I had to sit him down and say, "Okay, man, listen, check this out. I told you not to be coming in my house at this time of night, and because I got other children that's going to school here. Plus, that's disrespectful to me and my wife." I said, "So now you have a decision you have to make. I'm not going to force you to do anything. But if you want to live here, continue to live here, you have to be in by a certain time. If not, then you're a grown man. You can get your own place." You know what my son did? He moved in with a friend of his, right? But I had to sit him down and tell him, "Hey, man, you know this." So sometimes you got to make extreme situations because I kept telling him, "Don't do this no more. Don't do this no more. Don't do this no more." And he kept doing it. I had to finally sit him down and say, "Okay, look, we can't have this anymore." He's been gone ever since, right? But my point is this: that was an extreme situation, and I don't want us to conflate things because we're conflating stuff. I want us to stay because what you and I initially were talking about was the community and getting men. How can we get this situation turned around? What's the most quickest way to try to get this thing turned around? Now you was like, "Hey, I'll work the guillotine, right? And you send them over here. Whop! We just cut their heads off, right?" But I'm saying that our people have been turned into this stuff. That's not who they really are. If we can get the devil out of them, those of them that will allow us to, let's get as much of the devil out of them as we can, and then we'll see what we got to work with at that point. But if we just off with their heads, is that really going to fix the situation?
Well, I never said off with their heads. I never said that, Clarence.
Well, I'm speaking metaphorically. If we're
gonna
do like the Native Americans, where they just turn their back on you and they say, "Well, you can't come in," and you go out here, and now you just, without the help of the community, you're going to obviously pass away, right? So that's basically, I'm just doing it in a metaphorically way.
Okay, so what I am saying is,
listen, because this is the last thing I'm gonna say, and I'll let you finish. You were talking about how I'm telling you that we doing what you're talking about now, but we say, "Hey, I got my car, I got my nice house. You ain't doing what you're supposed to do." Oh well, and then we expect the community some type of way. I don't know what we expected the great white man to come in and fix the community. I don't know what we expecting to happen when we're not doing anything to physically change it as men. Okay, now I'm gonna let you finish, Diamond. Go ahead.
Now I understand what you're saying because people who have been successful should come back to the community and try to help other people become successful. I never
As
said
they can, as safely as they can. I'm not expecting somebody, a billionaire, to come and move into Watts. No, but we, as if you safely do it, you can start a community organization or start, put up a what do you call that, a gym or something. So that's all. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, if we're really talking about fixing the community, then we have to start with self-development. We have to start with the character. And you got to start there. You cannot fix the community without character. And also, you have to demand more from people because the more you demand, the more you're going to get. So, for instance,
how am I going to fix the character of the person when I'm not actually seeing the character of the person? I'm seeing them with their desires on 10. They're out here running around chasing their desires on 10. How are we going to get to the character? We're not going to get to their character because their character is being overshadowed by their desires.
Well, the thing about it is when you're in that frame of mind, we have to begin to educate people about that and how to manage and control their desires.
That's my point. This is what I've been bringing up.
That's what I said all along, Clarence. I never went against it.
I'm saying this to you. The people, you can educate the people, but the people are so sick, they don't know that they're sick. So they will refuse your education. This is my point. This is where
the point is, my brother, you can't force anybody to do anything.
Diamond, listen to me. I'm just going to throw this in and I'm going to let you finish. This is where the grace comes in. The grace comes in where even though they don't realize how sick they are, it's just like the people that go down. I work downtown Los Angeles, Skid Row. They I'm there a lot of times, right? So they have people that go down there and pass out needles, condoms, masks, cleaning kits, personal hygiene kits. They go down there and pass that stuff out to those people, right? They don't make them pay for it. It's free. They pass it out to them. But
I don't think they should do that.
But the reason why they do that is, okay, well, I'll let you answer that question. But the reason why they do that is because these people, if you go to them and say, hey, you sick, you need to go to the hospital, get these needles, they're not going to go because they don't think they're sick enough to go. But the benefit to the community is less hygienic issues on the street. If you give them this stuff, it'll be less issues. You can't cut it all off because some of them so sick, man, they're going to do whatever. But you can at least put that stuff out there to kind of put a damper on it, right? And it makes the community as a whole safer when this community has little guide rails on it. You can't stop it all, but little guide rails on it. Okay, let me let you finish, brother.
Well, I think Skid Row should probably be moved probably about 10 miles outside of Los Angeles and just let them do their own thing. And when they catch an act, they should just take them to that place out there and let them do their thing. And then when they're ready to get clean, you can come back to the city. That's how I think it should be done. Because the point that I guess I'm getting at is that we have children. We don't need to focus on protecting junkies and gang members. We need to protect the youth and our children.
Man, some of the best people have been junkies and have turned around. Some of the best people, some of the best poets, some of the best musicians, some of the best doctors, some of the best lawyers have hit rock bottom to understand. And there's a reason why the Father puts them there, so that they can have humility and grace and mercy and remember where they came from, so that they're able to understand where they've been. The reason why you speak how you speak, and again, I'm only coming from my perspective. Again, you could take it with a grain of salt. You're speaking from a person that's been hurt. And
no, that's not it. What I'm speaking from is someone who's dealt with these situations and dealt with those people before.
Right.
And a lot of them, don't want to change, and I think our energy can be put in better use. So we need to focus on children. We need to
Diamond.
focus on.
Diamond, do you think a portion of that can be because of how you were treated? Because you made that statement. This is the third time you've made that statement, not today, but from the times that we've
That's my personal experience. That's my personal experience. I'm talking about in general.
but your personal experience, it structures the conversation that we have as men and as women. Our personal journey structures it. It's the framework for the way we think. I can't think outside of my personal experiences. I'm not a robot. My experiences in life is what frames the thought process that I have.
I'm saying that I believe that I don't believe that junkies are the most important people in our society. I believe the most important people in our society are children. So if I had $1 billion to go to Los Angeles, I ain't worried about no junkies. I'm worried about helping youth, and I'm worried about protecting the youth from those people, from the gang members, from the junkies, and from that kind of stuff, so they can grow up to be productive human beings. Because what Frederick Douglass said is, it's easier to rebuild, to build up children than to fix broken adults. So the point that I'm making is we're spending too much time focusing on the offenders, and we're not focusing on the ones who are the victims of the offenders. So I don't think it's fruitful. Because here's the thing: if Clarence robs you, I'm gonna focus on you, Bolo. I'm not gonna worry about Clarence. He's on his own, and when we'll deal with him when we get to it. We're gonna focus on the people who have been victimized before we focus on the people who are doing the victimizing. I think the problem in the Black community is we don't take enough time to even care for those who are victims, and we care for the ones who are victimizers too much. And that's a big problem I see in the Black community. We're talking about grace. Listen, I'm not finished yet, Bubba. Let me finish. I've seen too many situations where a little girl was touched by someone in the family, and the family's more concerned about that piece of who touched the person than the person who was touched. And that's where I have my problems at in the Black community. We're too concerned about, hold on, let me finish. I'm saying that we're too concerned about gang members, we're too concerned about drug addicts, we're too concerned about deadbeat daddies instead of being concerned about those children. Because the people that are doing the crime, they don't matter. They're a minus to our community. We need to focus on the youth so we can build up a strong generation of Black people. We don't need to focus on people who don't want to do what's right. We can deal with them whatever we have extra, we deal with those people. But we need to deal with the people who can help us the most, and that's going to be the children, not these niggas out here.
Well, I would agree with you when it comes to a lot. I would agree with you when it comes to a lot of the times when the child is touched, they try to protect the adult. I agree with you. But let me say this to you.
And I'm sick of it.
I got you. I'm sick of it too. Let me ask you a question. What do you think of Maya Angelou?
I don't really know much about her, but I've heard I know she's a poet.
She was a poet, great thought process, a great mind. She was a good asset to the Black community. Would you agree?
I think she was decent. I wouldn't say necessarily good. Okay. I'd say she was decent.
Decent. Okay, cool. She was a hoe?
Yeah, I know she was a prostitute. I heard that.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make to you is, okay, and I'm only using the H word because this is how our people talk, okay? If we didn't believe in grace and mercy, she wouldn't be who she is today. Or what she was, excuse me, because she has passed. Or what she was. If we take the thought process that you're taking and we're saying, you know what, man, we're going dead all of the air quotes, junkies and blah, 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 and all those other people. We're going dead those. You don't know what you're deading. You don't know if that person is the cure for cancer. You don't know if that person has the cure for anything. You don't know.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying dead them. I'm saying that we don't need.
No, when I say dead, I don't mean actually physically kill them. I'm saying dead, meaning we don't pay them no mind. We leave them.
It should be priority.
When they decide
that they're ready to get fixed, that's when we pay attention to them. Who does that? When
That's
does
it.
anyone? But that's asinine, Diamond.
No,
When
it's
does
not.
anyone listen to me? When does anyone in their mind say, "I'm ready to get fixed"?
I know plenty of people. Let me tell you a story. I know a dude, man.
Hold on. Hold on. And you know that person that said, "I'm ready to get fixed," was talking to people that didn't give up on them.
Here's the thing, right? Brother Malcolm X, right, was a criminal.
DNA.
But he was a criminal. He was up to some no good stuff. But he put the work in to turn himself around to become great. So I understand what you're saying, that a person who was an addict
to do it, brother. He had to go to
Yes,
prison to do it.
yes, he did. But the point being is,
Listen to what I'm saying.
I agree.
He had to be in a certain environment that the people, they weren't going to just eliminate him, but they put him in an environment where he pretty much had no other alternative, either to do this or to do that. And that was the situation that he's put in. I'm not saying we're going to go and just let our people, let the marauders keep marauding. All I'm saying is the general population is under this spell that they think they live in a good life. Like for example, you think, not you personally, but we think I got a car and a house, I'm doing great. But on the inside, you not you personally, but on the inside, we're suffering, man. We're suffering from stuff that happened to us when we were 9 or 10 years old, 6 or 7 years old, and we don't know how to deal with it. And so what we're doing is we're getting these crutches: sex, drugs. Some of us, even religion is a crutch for us. We want to be the big, I'm the big man in the mosque, I'm the big man in the church, or whatever, or the big woman, or whatever, right? We have all these crutches that we're trying to do to appease that little kid that was hurt when we was child. So what I'm saying is, if we're gonna fix the community, because that's what I'm laser focused on that. If we're gonna fix our community, the men have to change. I mean, the men have to change. There's no getting around that. Okay.
I agree.
But how are the men going to change if the men don't think they're sick? They have to be put in like what you call Brother Malcolm was. They have to be in confinement, and they have to where you sitting in a situation where you can't escape. There are no more crutches. You have
That's
to learn.
what I'm saying.
You have to learn how to run. Okay, so my point is this, though. My point is this: that person's still in confinement, getting food. They're getting light. They're getting able to hygiene. They're still able to do things because other people are doing some of this stuff for them. Because that's the grace. That's the grace that's there. And I'm saying this to say that we're going to have some grace for our people, because they're not going to just snap out of it. It's not Snow White. You're not gonna kiss him on the cheek and now I see I'm a black man. I got responsibilities. Away I go. It's not gonna happen like that.
Well, Clarence, let me explain this to you, my brother. We have to start in order to build a nation. We have to start with those who are closest to the fire, and then we can get to everybody else. But the thing about we can't go to the people who are furthest away. The people who are closest to being
Diamond. You keep extrapolating everything we're saying. I'm not saying that we go to the people that's the farthest away. I'm not. I'm just saying all we leave is the light on the porch. If they come in, they come in.
Bingo.
Some people are going to come in when we just say, "Hey, Bolo, come on in." He going to see the light, man. He going to be down there. He know he ain't got no money in his pocket, ain't got no job. He going to say, "Man, life has to be better than this. Let me see what Clarence talking about." Right? Some of them people going to come in like that. Some people, I might have to talk to them a little more. And then some people, man, they just not coming. Hey, Diamond, come on. Hey, man, everything's great. I'm finna go get this heroin. I'm finna go get this heroin. I'm finna go get this. I'm doing great. They're doing great. They don't even do it.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing, Clarence.
But I mean, I'm just saying that some of our people, man, they're very ill. So we have to have. It's going to take a different thing to get than how I got Bolo in the door and how I got you in the door. There might be two different methodologies there. There might be two different ways I got to go about doing that. It might take a little longer to get you in the door than Bolo. But that don't mean that Bolo's a better person than you. It just means that Bolo probably was alert enough to see man, maybe I need to try something different. Whereas you probably might not have hit that rock bottom like you was talking about, where you see that, man, anything is better than what I'm dealing with now, right? Some people, we have a spectrum here of our people, but we got to leave the light on for all of them. That's the point. We have to leave the light on.
Here's a crazy thing. You see that woman? You see that woman that was brought to Christ? Do you think that was the first time she had sex with a married man?
Who? What woman?
The woman that was brought to Christ with and they wanted him to kill, condemn her.
Oh yeah.
It took near death for her to see. And sometimes sometimes it might take near death, but that doesn't mean that you give up.
That's a good point.
You continue planting, because we don't give the increase, my G. The increase is not given by man. And I think that's another problem that you might have. Because when you're not connected to the Father and you don't understand how it works, and know that we don't have no power at all. There's no power in man. Period. I don't care how long we stay here and talk to this kid. If it's not meant for this kid to get it, guess what? He ain't gonna get it, because it's meant for him next Thursday to get it. So we have to now not browbeat him. We have to. I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm just saying that we have to understand that the power of growth comes from the Father. Our job is to be the best learned children that we can be, so that when that light needs to be turned on, like Brother Clarence just said, we're able to turn it on. Each of us can reach it. It's not just Brother Clarence that reach the light.
I agree with you, and there's no argument there. I agree with you. I'm just saying that I'm not worried about someone. I don't care about I'm not going to care about someone who doesn't want to do right. Whatever they do, whatever happens to them, that's their problem, not mine. I'm not going to carry that weight. But that's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me say this. Sister Annie made a good point. She said, didn't Peter Parker do that, and then his uncle was impacted by him letting the robber go, right? Okay, so we all know the story of Spider-Man. He went to this TV studio, right? And the dude robbed the dude at the TV studio, right? And Peter Parker, they said, hey, Peter Parker, you got super strength. Go get this guy. And he said, man, please, I'm going to go make some money, man. You know what I mean? I'm going to the stage, right? He let the guy go, and later on, his uncle got killed by that same robber, right? And he said to himself, man, damn, if I'd have caught the dude at that point, this wouldn't have never happened, right? Okay, so what we're saying is that sometimes, man, these things, if we should say, well, this was my point from the beginning. We are doing what you're saying actively, indirectly, right? We are saying, hey, I got my Maserati, I'm good, right? So whatever, but we're all being affected because those people that we're not reaching out to, they're having children, and they're not addressing their children properly. And so their children are growing up without fathers, without mothers, without good, right guidance, and they're getting out into the street and they pulling people out their cars, right? And because we turn our back on the situation, there are all these kids out there pulling people out their cars, right? Or sticking them up at the ATMs or whatever they're doing out there. Now they following you home. All of you guys that's listening to me, be careful. Now they following you home from the mall. Any place where you could spend a decent amount of money, they following you home. We just had two guys do that two times it happened out here, where a dude just followed them home from some place that they spent a lot of money from, and then robbed them. So listen, we have to everything that happens in our community is going to affect us eventually. It may not be on your doorstep today, but it's going to. So we have to not only do we address the children, because I think you're right. That's our first work, is the children, make sure they're safe. But then we also have to address the people that's not making the situation safe. We have to address them as well. And the ones of them that will listen. Now, the ones of them that don't listen, depending on the situation, how we got to deal with that. But the ones that we got to at least offer them the door. We got to at least offer them the door. Why? Because you're looking at somebody who was out of their mind. I was out of my mind. If you guys would have known me 20 years ago, 10 years ago, you would be like, ugh, what a person. That's an awful person right there. But God had mercy on me and sent some people to me that wasn't going to take no for it. And like Bolo ain't taking no for an answer. He sent some people like that to me, right? These guys wasn't taking no for an answer. You're going to at least study and find out about God. And then if you don't do it, if you don't want to be a righteous person after that, then we'll let you go. But so they basically put me on that program, and halfway through it, I realized, man, they did something for me. They weren't taking nothing from me. They was giving me something, right? But I wouldn't be here if that hadn't happened to me, right? I'd be under somebody's jail somewhere, right? So I always have to remember, man, that how nasty of a person I was, and that if God could change me, holy smokes, man.
And the beauty of that is it's a two-pronged plan. You have to deal with the adults, because the adults are the ones having the children.
Shout out to Black Man.
No way. There's no way you can deal with the children without dealing with the adults, because you got to let the children go home, right? BMU, what up, baby? There's no way in hell you can't. You have to deal with the parents, because they're the one that control the environment that these young children who you're trying to fix, who you're trying to save, have to go home to. You ain't taking them all in.
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to ask me how, the only way that I can, because I've went over this problem in my mind a million times, about the only way that I could see any way to fix the Black community is, number one, there's going to have to be a couple things. We're going to have to change the way that we're thinking. So like I always say, kind of like, man, that's why I believe the Black community needs to separate itself. And what I mean by that is those of us who are worthwhile need to separate and build our own towns and move away from those who are not, because there's no way that you can live. Like for instance, there's a neighborhood in Pittsburgh called Homewood. It's very dangerous. It's been slow lately, but there's been lots of shootouts in that neighborhood. And basically what they're doing is certain people, they're pushing the ghetto people out of that neighborhood, and they're taking it over. And these are some Black people that are doing this. And I think that's what we're going to have to do. And those who don't want to do right are going to be pushed out, or we need to move them someplace else, to where if they want to be destructive, we need to just let them have their Sodom rigor morta and let them do their thing. We can't. There's no way.
But what you're saying is, you're saying it wrong. You got people taking their communities back from the ingrates. That's what they're doing. They're not pushing them out. I'm taking my community back. I'm tired of closing my door and my child can't go outside and play. They are subjugated to coming into the house, and we have this big backyard, and I'm afraid of such and such. It's the same thing we say all the time, that we're quick to go out there and protest Black Lives Matter and all these different things. And when the cameras are there, all Black people are there. But on your corners, you don't go to your corners and say anything there. When there's no cameras, you ain't saying nothing. That's what they're doing. It's people taking doing their best to take their neighborhood back. It's not them.
That's the only way you're going to fix it. Because the thing about it is, all the drug dealers, the drug addicts, the stick-up men, the gang members had to be removed from the Black community in order for there to even be a Black community, because we've allowed our community to be held hostage since the 1970s. And I'm just disgusted with that.
I disagree with you. I think their activity has to be removed. They're
not going to change, Clarence.
I'm not saying some of them will. I know some. Right. I've been in the Nation of Islam, man. We got nothing but gang members, murderers, and stuff in there. So I know I've been right there with them. So I know they can change. Some of them they can change. But now they have to agree. They have to want to do it. I agree with you. They have to want to do it. But that's, we can't just say, okay, well, we're gonna cut everybody up. You got somebody in your family that's off the.
I'll cut them off in a heartbeat, Clarence.
That's off the line. Bolos.
You're right. I do. And guess what? I don't deal with them. I'm done with them. I don't want nothing to do with them.
Somebody does. Somebody does have to deal with them. That's the point.
So I'm trying to make it where people don't.
Be a Black person that deal with them, but somebody else might be. That's the thing, man. So we got to get the whole thing together, not just one.
We can't. Clarence is never Clarence. Everybody's not you, my brother. There is no getting the whole thing together. Some people are going to roll, and some people are not. You got to get rid of some people.
No, I'm talking about as a strategy, brother. No, we're gonna have to have a way to deal with people that are just defiant and derelict. But I'm talking about in general. Generally speaking, we have to put the mat out and leave the key out under the mat.
Yes. I'm listen.
Right.
I'm saying that if you want to gangbang, then what I'm saying is just go and live with the rest of the gangbangers. I don't want to catch a stray bullet. I don't want to worry about having to take. I don't want to have to deal with you. And so what I'm saying is listen. The only way that the Black community can be in peace is if we get rid of certain people that are causing destruction, because the community has been held hostage for too long.
The gangbanger is not the chief problem in the Black community. The gangbanger is not the chief problem.
Exactly. The chief problem in the Black community is a thought process, man.
There you go.
It's the thought process. That's the problem that we have. Our thought process, and because of the lack of understanding and the lack of connection to the Father, you have all of these splinters where you have people selling drugs, selling themselves, doing all sorts of things. It's the lack of connection to the Father, bro.
Gentlemen, may I introduce our brother Black Man Unfiltered into the conversation?
Yo.
Yeah, what's going on, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
What's going on, Black Man? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
All right, right on.
So
happening, man?
Man, you know what? In this right age of 40 years old that I just turned 3 days ago,
congratulations.
I want to add this to the conversation. I think that as a people, we are flawed, and I think that when we get into a position, just like you said, Brother Clarence, thank you for your vulnerability tonight, man. Really speaking about what you've gone through and how you've gone through it, man. I appreciate that. But what if somebody would have gave up on you, Brother Clarence? What if that's what I don't understand, Brother Clarence? What pisses me off is that we'll get to a point, as I'm talking about the men right now, we'll get to the point where we was at a time where we weren't shit. And then when we become something, we look down on the other people who ain't shit, just like we weren't shit. And instead of helping them, we want to cut them off, get them out, move them out, get rid of them, put them in another neighborhood. No, but I used to be this person. And I'm no longer this person. And I knew what I needed at the time, and how Brother Clarence came and helped me. Bolo came and helped me. These guys came and helped me get back on my feet, get my mind together. And now I'm a husband. I'm a father. This is who I am. But if we're cutting, but you know how much potential out there? You know how many men out there that have a father that they've never hugged? They're emotionally wrecked. They're physically and mentally wrecked. They mama at home starving to death, ain't got no food. And some of these boys are going out hustling because their mama ain't got no food. They'll do anything to get some food to their brother or their little sister or their mama. Everybody ain't out gang banging just because it's fun. Some people are gang banging for survival. And so instead of us coming up with situations and circumstances to help people get in position to be better men, we just say, fuck them all, throw them all away. Some of the best men have came out of gangs. Let me say it again. Some of the best men on the planet who are leaders right now. The Honorable Louis Farrakhan was a thief. What if somebody would have gave up on him? Malcolm X was a thief. Malcolm X was a horrible man. What if somebody would have gave up on him? And these men would not be prominent and big and huge and influential like they are today. Nobody gave up on those men. And if somebody would have gave up on Malcolm X, there would be no Malcolm X. So all the things that we learned from him, we wouldn't have learned. The Honorable Louis Farrakhan, same thing, was a horrible kid. He says it. And when I was a kid, I was terrible. My mama stayed whooping me when I was a kid. If he wouldn't have gotten taken in by the Nation of Islam, where would he be? Red Fox, the comedian, he was a horrible kid. Him and Malcolm X hung together. They were still in together. And they both changed their lives. So I think that we can't throw all the men away. I don't think you should throw all the men away. Some of these men need a hug. Some of them need some structure. Some of them need direction. Some of them need somebody. Some of them need just somebody to say, you know what, man, I love you, man. You better than this. I got your back. Let me show you how to do what I did because I used to be where you are now. And that's all I got, brother Clarence.
I appreciate that, man.
That was a lot, brother. That was a lot because those men can go back and show those children and be that light. Like I said earlier, we need to be that light. We need the Father puts you. Listen, man. When you go through what you're going through, a lot of the times it's not for you. Your learning is not for you. It's for those that the Father needs you to teach and be that light for. It's not about being selfish, man. Being a man, being a father, a husband, a pillar of the community. It's not. You can't be selfish. You have to understand that. You can't be selfish. And we learn by example. It just is what it is.
What do you think about that, Diamond? What do you think about everything that everybody said to you? Oh, let me unmute him.
Oh, well, my viewpoint is still the same way. I feel the same way y'all feel. I'm just a little bit more hard line about it. I'm more like that. My whole thing is if you want to gangbang, that's fine. I just don't want nothing to do with you until you're willing to quit. That's just how I see it. When you say, you know what, when you say to me, when you say, yeah, man, I'm cripping this and that, oh, don't stand by me because I ain't trying to get shot because you're out there being stupid. So if you survive and you make it, and then you say, you know what, man, that was dumb, Diamond. Now I want some help. Then I'll help you. The door will always be open, but you're not going to come in on no BS doing nothing stupid. It's not about giving up on someone. It's that you have to not give up on yourself.
No,
so my whole thing is,
Can I ask you a question, Diamond?
I'm gonna say this. This is the last point I'm gonna make on it.
Okay, go ahead.
The thing is, we started off the conversation talking about how we can improve the community, and then we got to the point we agreed on the fact that the men have to do most of that work. Brother, if most of our men are flying blind out there and they think they're okay, they got a house, they're functioning degenerates, right? I know I was a functioning degenerate. So they're functioning degenerates. They don't even know that they're a degenerate, right? They think they're supposed to be always on the hunt for some woman or some other drugs or whatever else they addicted to, right? If they don't know, they don't see that, how are we going to fix this community? And I'm not talking about the extreme situation with the gangbangers and the CMers. And, we're not talking about the extreme situation. We're just talking about the basic situation. The basic situation. How
what I would say is there are.
Wait. I want you to hear me out before you answer, because we need to start wrapping up. So I'm gonna want you to hear me out before you answer. I'm gonna let you answer. But how are we going to do this? Because this is our point. Our point is most of our people are involved in stuff that they've been misled into being involved with, or they got a thinking process that they've been given, right? And they're using it to survive. But we're going to say, okay, look, you need a whole new thinking process to be here. That's going to take time. That's going to take time for our people to accept that, see it working in other people, and then say, oh yeah, let me get on the bus too. That's going to take time. So but if we say, hey, look, we just cutting you off. If you don't think like what we think, we want you to think right at this very second, you're gone, right? How is that going to fix the community? How is that going to get us better? Because all you're going to do is end up like in the Bible, it says, you keep making enemies, man, you're going to get encompassed by you. Eventually, they're going to circle you. And then what? Your beautiful community then when everybody you try to kick out is standing outside of your community, but breaking the walls down, trying to get in there.
Oh, that's what you hire. That's what you get an army and you get weapons for. If they break in, then you just dispatch them.
Hold on. So now So what you've done there is watch what you did. Watch the hypocrisy here. You want the gangbangers not to catch you with a straight bullet standing by them. but you're willing to use bullets against them.
What Clarence is talking about is if we built a community where they were not allowed to come in, if they try to break in, then they got to get dealt with. You have the right to use force to defend yourself. Absolutely. To defend yourself, you have the force. You have the right to use force to defend what you built. Because here's the problem. The problem is we're letting these people off too easy. We're giving them too much leeway. That's why they continue to do what they're doing.
Let me ask you a question, Diamond.
Yeah.
I want to know, back in the 60s, 70s, early 80s, I want you to tell me what in California, we'll start in California, where Brother Clarence is. I want you to tell me how many of those brothers down there that were poor, who had no money. I want you to tell me how they ended up in Vietnam getting the coca plant. How did they get all the things that black people are addicted to today? Tell me how a little boy who is 15 years old that can't afford a loaf of bread walking around with a $1,500 AK-47.
It's psychological. It's warfare. I agree with you. Now here's the trick. I do agree with you that stuff is being put into our communities, and I do believe that. But here's the thing. What's so embarrassing about being black is if we were where we needed to be, they should be afraid to give us guns because we would use it against them. So we got to get our mind right and get our head right, and we got to get rid of anybody who's not right, because you can't allow cancer to be in your community. Because if you allow
Diamond, you calling it cancer, but let me explain something.
It is cancer.
If you were at home with your mom and your mom was struggling and they was putting eviction notices on your mom's door, and you went to get a job at McDonald's and they paid you $5 an hour, and you get a check every week for $250 and the rent $750 and ain't no food in the cabinet. And somebody come up to you, Diamond, and say, take these packages over there and sell this dope to those people over there, and I'll give you $1,500 in one night. You're going to go do it. You're going to turn into the very people to make your family survive. I don't know why we don't get this.
No, listen. What's interesting about that is, people that live, especially people that, because you can get Section 8. So there's so many opportunities for people to get that you can't, that you don't get in other countries.
Brother Clarence.
No. Wait a minute.
You know what they need to have, Diamond? To a certain extent, I can see the point they're trying to make, but what they need to have is hope, brother. If they don't have no hope, instilled in them, then the first choice that is offered to them, like BMU said about going that package or whatever, then that's what they're going to do. If they don't have hope instilled in them to say, no, I'm going to continue down this route, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to do this and continue down this and my learnings. If they don't have that instilled, if they don't have that father, let me explain something to you, man. The foundation of the home is the father, bro. You better understand that. It's the father. It's not the mother.
Do any of us disagree with that? First of all, do any of us disagree with that?
I do not disagree. I think everything starts with the man. The man sets the tone.
I know you think that way.
So when you remove,
and I'm sure Diamond thinks the same way as well. I'm sorry, Bolo, go ahead.
So now when you remove him from the home, you cause catastrophe. A woman can't teach a boy how to be a man, brother. The only thing a woman can show him is what it is to not have a man in the house. Period. If that young child don't have an uncle, a brother, or somebody in his life, he's going to gravitate to wherever he finds that masculine leadership. And unfortunately, it's going to be the street. It's going to be the street. So what you're saying is, you know what? We need to put all those men out. Leave them outside. Brother, you're making the situation worse. Because you better understand, every man on this panel was a degenerate once in their life, brother.
Absolutely.
Period. and from you being that, you can remember and say, damn, I knew what it was to be like that dude. That's where the grace and mercy comes in. Because you remember that there was someone that didn't give up on you. So who are you to give up on that person? And that's how legacy is given. That's how generations are built. That's how a community is built, because we have something in common to push for.
You know what's interesting? In
You're
the
gonna make
old
the last point, and then we're gonna start wrapping up, Diamond. So go
okay,
ahead.
my bad.
Good.
The point I guess I wanted to get at is, you know what? In the old days, people would talk about, because there's one man I met from Philly said back in the 60s and the 50s, if you were doing something illegal, your family would throw you out the house and stop dealing with you until you straightened up. And I believe that's how we need to handle things. We need to be a little bit more stricter and a little bit more harsher, because the problem is we're making too much excuses for people to be degenerate. And the thing about it is, the people that I seen out hustling, they're not hustling for food. They're hustling to get Air Jordans. They're hustling to get a nice car. They're hustling to think it's cool.
Diamond, you're doing the extremes, my brother. I'm in the community. I don't know if you in it, but I'm in it deep. And Diamond, I'm telling you, brother, I fed so many children. I've given so many. My wife and I have fed so many women and children and single mothers, and these little boys out here trying to hustle. I've stopped a whole bunch of them from going out. You know how many guns I've took off these kids and knives I've took off these kids, and they tell me, my mama ain't gonna be on the street. I'll kill everybody. No, you're not gonna kill everybody, son. You're not gonna kill the landlord because your mama finna get kicked out on the street. Give me that damn gun. Give me that knife. Right? They're not looking for no Jordans. They're looking for a roof over their head. They want to just be comfortable, and they're willing to do anything to be comfortable.
Good point.
That's not what I've seen.
Well, I don't know what community you in. I'm in the community, brother. I don't know what community you in, but you ain't seeing that.
Where you from?
I'm originally from Louisiana, but I live in Dallas right now, bro. And
Okay,
I'm telling you right now.
California. I lived in California. I've been in Philly, New York. I've been all over. I've been in a lot of places. I live in Pittsburgh, and what I can see is these people are out here because they think that the ghetto stuff is cool. They really do.
The ghetto stuff is all they know.
That's it.
It's not that they think it's cool. It's all they know. There's a lot of kids that I take out of New York and bring them into the places like the woods. You take them into the mountains. Their mind is blown. It's blown because they think the inner city is the only thing that they've known. That's all they've known. They've never had a chance to just slow down and just think. Their head is on a swivel, trying to figure out who's going to try and kill them, who they need to stay away from. This is, bro.
Bolo, that's what I'm saying. Bolo, you said it a few minutes ago.
Don't you think they need to get up out of that? Don't you think that's what I'm saying, Bolo?
Diamond, who's going to take them out? Are you taking them out?
Exactly.
Who's going to take them out? You? Are you taking them out?
I want to move in that direction, Bolo.
But what I'm saying to you is, Diamond, what you're saying is leave the kids and let them find their way to you.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm saying that for our children, our youth, and our teenagers, they need a safe place to live at so they can live their life in peace without all this stuff that's going on. Agreed. I'm sick of seeing my people struggle. I'm sick of seeing my people die.
If you're sick of seeing your people struggle, you shouldn't be talking down on them. You should be trying to find
out. I'm not talking down on them.
You just said get rid of them, cut them off.
No. That's not what I said, sir.
Diamonds, what I'm saying is, how can these kids dream? How can these kids dream about the beach when they're camping out by the lake? They can't. They don't have no opportunities. If you want them to be doctors, you got to get them around doctors. If you want them to be they got to travel, get outside of their neighborhoods. Like
that's right.
That's
what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm getting at.
You saying cut them off? Maybe that straight bullet won't hit you.
No. What I'm saying, listen, those of us who do not want to do right when the opportunities are coming, and I realize we do need to create more opportunities. That's something I definitely want to work on, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is, listen, we say, look, we can get you in this program to do this, that, and the third, but you got to leave that. But you got to leave that ghetto nigga stuff alone. Those who want to leave it alone, I'm all for it. But those who don't are of no use to us. All they're going to do is destroy us.
You know,
You know what? You know what I've seen in my life. I remember a 3-year-old girl getting shot because of some low-life gutter nigga who don't even know how to use his pistol. A 9-year-old girl got murdered in Pittsburgh. He's talking about 10 years ago, and that broke my heart. And I'm sick and tired of seeing it.
And that's the point. That's the point.
That's the point. The point that I'm making is I don't want those people around me because they don't even care if they kill someone innocent. They don't even care.
Listen, as a
They
leader,
don't care.
listen, brother, listen. As a person that's trying to quest for right, believe it or not, you're gonna have to put yourself in danger.
I'm not talking about me being in danger. I don't care. I'm talking about our children.
Hold on,
Our
brother.
children, Bolo.
I gotta put myself in danger to get to the child, brother.
No, Bolo. I'm not talking about me and you. We're grown men. I'm
Listen,
talking about. I don't want our children in danger. I don't want our children around these niggas.
Diamond, you're missing what I'm saying. For us to get to that child, to show them that there's a better way, we have to put ourselves in harm's way.
Exactly.
There's no way of not doing that.
Exactly, bro. It's about
You
sacrifice.
have to put yourself in harm's way.
It's about
I
sacrifice.
know it's
You ain't
something
willing
that
to
you
die
don't
for it.
want to do. Listen,
That's it.
I know it's something that you don't want to do, but it's something that we have to do. Christ
Absolutely.
didn't want to die, my G.
Bolo,
But-
I'm not talking about me and you. I'm
on.
talking about our children.
Stop. You're missing it
You're
again.
missing the point.
Listen to
Diamond.
what I'm saying to you,
You're
Diamond.
missing it. You're missing
I
it.
understand your point that you're upset and you're pissed off that our children are dying. I get it.
We all are.
It's going to take men such as ourselves to go into the neighborhood and give them an option. Right now, they have none. If we go your route, we're going to keep them across the street and build up a fence and live our lives here. We can't do that, dogs.
Bolo, that's not what I'm saying.
Hold
What
on.
I'm saying is, listen,
Go ahead.
if a kid, let's listen, if a kid wants to leave the gang, he's got no place to go because the gang's going to try to take him out for leaving. So he
Before
should
we
come
get
over to the other side.
Diamond, before we get to the kid leaving the gang, the kid has to know that there's an option for him to leave too. That's where we come in. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. That
I
kid.
agree.
All right. So we have to go back into the hood, my G.
I didn't say that. I didn't say don't go back in. What I'm saying is, listen, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not living around those niggas. I'm not doing that. Period. Y'all can forget it. The point that I'm making is I will come to the hood and do what I can do. But here's the thing. I'm not going to put my life on the line too often because who's going to take care of my family? If I die because of some ghetto niggas on some stupid stuff, who's going to pay my wife's bills? Who's going to take care of my family?
Diamond, you know what's amazing? You know what's amazing? Them niggas will kill you, and you'll go move into the suburbs and leave your house in a cop car, get behind with 2 white officers in it, and no white officers will kill your ass.
No, I'm saying I hate to say it. I'm safe. I hate to say it, but unfortunately, we're safer around the police than we are our own people. We got to be real about that. We're safer. We're not safe around our own people. We got to stop playing and pretending. We're not.
All right. But what you're doing is, again, it brings us back to the connection to the higher power. That's where all of this leads back to. Because at the end of the day, whether you get shot by a gangbanger or you have a heart attack, your wife still got to learn to pay bills. She's still in that situation. If you didn't set it up correctly to make sure she's good, whether you get shot by a gangbanger or you get stung by a bee,
That's another show we got to do. Thank you, Polo, for that.
you know, you're still in that situation. So you have to understand that there's a higher power that controls it all. That's the point. You got to fulfill your portion. My portion is not to hold on to this information and this love and this grace and mercy and long suffering that the Father has showed to me. It's not meant for me just to hold it to myself. It's meant for me to extend it out. That's what it's meant for. It's meant for me to extend it out, my G.
Well,
Let me show
sorry.
you something. Today, let me show you something. Today, you know, in the subway, I was sitting down and a less fortunate man looked at me and said, yo, I need help. Said, I need help, man. I'm thinking of harming myself. So I got up walked upstairs, and I'm on 42nd Street. Got up, walked upstairs, grabbed some police, and said, "This man needs help. He's thinking about taking his life or taking someone else's." Now they said, "It's Tyrone, man. He does this all day, every day." You know what my response was? Well, one day he's going to do it. So regardless of whether he does this every day, operate as if this is the day that he's going to do it. The point of the matter is we have to put ourselves in harm's way. Why? That's the plan, brother. At the end of the day,
I don't agree with that, man. It ain't worth it.
And that's the problem. The problem is you keep thinking that your life is your own. It's not.
It is my own.
And that's the problem. See, so the problem starts before we even start talking about the community, before we even start talking about the children, but just to address what you said about the 50s and the 60s, the reason why they can throw that man out of the house is because we had a community back then. We don't have it no more. So
we got to build it.
All right, but before, right, we have to build it, but it starts with dealing with the individual first. So when you sit there and say that your life is your own, that's the problem. Because back in the 50s and the 60s, their life wasn't their own. It belonged to the community. Their life didn't just belong to themselves.
At this point, what you're saying is true. We do not have a community. And I don't believe we can. I don't believe we can't live like this.
Diamond, forget the they. Because we've been dealing with they for the last hour I've been on this line. Forget the they. I'm talking about you. You. Because you're the proponent of speaking to the other side, which we're not against hearing. I dig what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But the reason why you're closed off to what's being said and why we can't come to a common understanding, we can come to a common understanding on our end. But this is the fourth time where you said, I am tired, not only from the pain that you've gone through that has been inflicted on you, but also the pain that you see happening to the children. We got to work through that. When you're in
and I'm
war,
not worried about the children and myself. I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about the children. I'm worried about little children who end up getting shot.
And I understand that you're worried about the children, but you can't not say that you're not worried about your life because you said it 3 times. What I'm saying to you is, as a father, as a husband, as a leader, your life is no longer yours. That's the point. It is no longer yours. It belongs to the people. My life belongs to the people. This
What
is why
people?
we do. Those that the Father want me to go out there and talk to, reach out to, be an example for, not just my children, the children in the community, in the communities that I may not want to go into.
Well, I'll put it like this. I'll do risk assessment and I'll go from there. But
okay,
I'm not going to.
That's a start. That's a start, Brother Clarence.
No, I mean, look,
Hey, can we end it on a good note, y'all? Can we end it on a good note? Diamond said he'll at least do a risk assessment. Can we at least?
I'm good with going to these things to try to help people and stuff like that. But I'm saying whatever we're doing as Black people has to change, because I used to think the way that y'all are thinking, but I just don't see it working that way. I used to believe what y'all are believing about this, but I don't see it working. I see it getting worse. The more grace we give them, the worse they get.
This is the issue. This is the issue. Now, this is the issue. It's not whether me and this brother right here, we got our marching orders. Whether it's working or not working, we got our orders. Go and help these people that need help. If they take it, fine. If they don't, dust your feet off, right? But we at least supposed to try, right? In the nation, we got a saying, what is the duty of a civilized man? To civilize the uncivilized, right? So we got a duty to at least attempt to try to pull our people out of the mess that white folks put them in. We got a duty to at least attempt that. Those of us that can got our head above the water and can see what's going on, we got a duty to try to pull our people up out of it, right? Let me finish, brother.
Sorry.
I'll be real brief. The brothers told you, right? He said, how are we gonna get pulled out of the mess, and then we see other people screaming behind us. They swirling around in the quicksand, and we just gonna turn our back and leave them there. We can't do it, brother. And so the Bible said like this: what man having a light would hide it under a bushel barrel? That means that the person have a light, and the people are bumping into each other. And here's a person with a light, but they hide it. So that the people can't see, and they just keep bumping into each other, not getting nowhere, right? That's what our people are doing now. They bumping into each other, but they violently bumping into each other, right? Because they can't see. They don't have the light to see who they bumping into. They're bumping into God's people, but they don't see that they're God's people. They think they're bumping into dirt bags, and they think that's what they think they are, because that's what they've been for the last 400 years. That's what they were told they were. Nothing. So they think they're bumping into nothing. Now here we are to pull the veil off and show the people, hey, this is who you are. You really something beautiful, but you ain't gonna have no good community. But is this gonna be a magic abracadabra thing? No, it's gonna take time. It's gonna be a process that our people are gonna have to go through before, and we all at different stages in the process, right? And then we got some people, like you said, the extremes, right? That no matter what you say, they ain't gonna go right. They ain't gonna do right. Okay, those are different issues that we can deal with. We can come up with a solution for that. But for the most part, most of our people are just misled. That's the greater majority of them are just misled, or they're like you. They're passionate about what they're doing because of some pain they've experienced, and so they have learned to address it in a manner that may not be constructive. Would you agree with that?
I not 100%, but are you in the Nation of Islam?
Yes.
Oh, okay. The only thing I'm going to say is, y'all know how niggas are. That's why y'all have security. So that's all I'm saying. Y'all have security because y'all know niggas ain't shit.
Oh, man.
Everybody who comes to the mosque, y'all search them, because I've been to the mosque. Y'all search people.
Even the church,
that's all I'm saying, Clarence.
The church is searching. It's not even just the mosque. It's just the way the world is. It's so wicked, brother, that you have to be secure when you telling the word of God. See, if we was in a world where God's word was appreciated, we wouldn't need no security, right?
Absolutely.
But we in a wicked world where if you get enough people together talking about something good, man, the devil is gonna come to try to break it up, right? So you have to have some security out there, right? So I'm saying, but we don't. But our people, we don't tell them they can't come in. We just tell them they got to leave the contraband outside. They got to leave their weed outside. They got to leave their guns outside. They got to leave their knives outside. We don't tell them. We don't tell homosexual brothers you can't come in. You got to leave that behavior outside. You got to leave all that outside. Then when you come in, we giving you an environment where it's as close as possible as to what God will want for you in a pure environment to get that word as pure as you can. You ain't got nothing else to focus on. We even separate the sisters in the general meetings. We separate the sisters from the brothers, right? So that you can kind of focus on what's going on, right? That's our methodology. Everybody ain't like that, but that's our methodology, right?
Right, but the point that I'm getting at
is we don't not bring a sister that just turned a trick around the corner. We don't tell her, oh, you can't come in here. We bring her right on in. We search her. We bring her right on in. Brother, same thing. We don't tell them, hey, you can't come in here. We bring them on in. That's our point. Our point is we don't turn them up. Now, they may listen to us and they just coming in to get, like we used to feed them, right? You come to the mosque and you down on your luck. We had a sandwich program that we was running with them. We would feed them, right? Some of them just coming in to get the sandwich and the juice, right? But at least they're coming in to get that. Who knows when that might click? Mm-hmm. So my point is we can't just cut everybody off and the majority of our people off, right? Just because the gangbangers are the ones doing the thing, we're gonna make the rest of our people pay for that. I don't think that's that. And how are we gonna fix our community if we ain't willing to reach out? If we ain't willing to reach out to everybody in the community, even the gangbanger, man. So, some of them guys do know they're doing wrong, and they're aware of it, and they know they need to change. They just need that little thing to hit their heart, that they say, man, you know what? Today is the day I'm going to put this down.
And you know what's something, Brother Clarence? You know what's so crazy too, Brother Clarence?
The last time you and I had a conversation, I think I'm gonna make privy to my man, Diamond and everyone else. The conclusion of it was, you can correct me if my memory showed me wrong, because I got a bad memory anyway.
I got a worse one than you. No.
The only thing that we can do is control the controllables.
Correct.
Everything else we leave in the hands of God, brother.
Yeah.
All that other stuff, we don't pay mind to it. What is in our power to control and affect, that's what we do. Everything else, we leave in the hands of the Father. Because if you don't, it will drive you crazy, because we don't have an answer. But what about this? What about that? Duke, I don't know all those questions, man. All I know is that the Father told me to do this, and I'm going to do the best that I can to make sure that I create, like he said, an environment so that this word that I'm giving you, it falls on fertile ground. And be that example. Be that light. That's the best thing. After that, it's in the Father's hands. You're trying to create man's answers, and man's answers are always going to fail. Look at everything that Black people have tried to do. It has always failed because man has tried to lead it instead of leaving it in the hands of God.
All right, gentlemen, we're gonna stop right.
Well, God told me my ideas, man. They came from me. They came from God.
Diamond, we're gonna stop right there. Thank you, brother. You have made it a very tenacious debate, and we appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, man. But
I love you, Diamond, man.
We got to get out of here.
I love y'all too, man.
Oh yeah, man, for sure, man. All right, so this
Call me, man.
Diamond, we're gonna come back. We're gonna revisit this, of course, obviously, because this is the kind of thing we talk about. But we got to close up shop, brother. We got to get up out of here, man. Bolo's up late, man. He got to get tucked in the bed. He got to put his slippers on and everything. Get him in the
Okay,
bed.
I'm gonna catch y'all later, man.
Okay, so wait. Before you go, Diamond, I want you to have a last remark, man. What closing remark?
I think at the end of the day, we're all basically saying the same thing. I'm a little bit more harsher and more hard line. And the only thing that I'm really, the reason why I'm saying separate communities, because we have to start from scratch and rebuild. And then once we get to a certain point, then we can begin to introduce more people in. But we're going to do it just like the way Clarence said, listen, if you want to come live in this community, this is how you have to live. And you have to follow at least these certain guidelines in order to live here, so our children can grow up in peace without worrying about getting jumped or getting beat up or being forced to join a gang or dealing with all the stuff they got to deal with. So the reason why I'm saying separate communities, because I'm just tired of seeing our children separate. I'm not worried about me, because I got pew. I can handle my business. If someone tries me, they're gonna be sorry. So I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the youth having to deal with these situations that they should not have to deal with. So I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying separate, because when you're not strong, you have to separate to rebuild. So then once you build up to a certain point, then you can begin to integrate more people in. And then, then you can do that. But where we're at right now and what we're doing right now in the Black community is just not working. It's not satisfactory. It's totally failing. So I think we need to, you don't have to go with my strategy, but I think we need to really think about what we're doing, and we need to move to a different strategy of some kind, because what we're doing right now is not effective. So I would suggest that all the people who are worthwhile separate, build themselves up real strong, and then slowly begin to incorporate other people into what we're doing, so we can have a base of safety. It's kind of like when the Chinese were fighting when the communists were fighting the Nationalist Party, right? When they started to lose, they separated themselves and hid out to strengthen themselves, and then they came back and beat the Nationalists. That's how the communists took over China. And Shanghai Shek ended up leaving and going to Taiwan. But the point that I'm getting is the Nationalist Party was bigger than the communists, and at first they were beating the communists. They were beating the communists real bad. So the communists had to take a step back, regroup, separate themselves.
What happened to the communists?
They won.
They got help from the Russians, right?
I don't know about that. And they might have got help from the Russians, but I don't know about that. I don't know that.
They have to get the guns. They have to get the guns and the ammo from somewhere, right?
Right.
So we can't say they definitely wasn't getting it from the Chinese government, so they were getting it from somewhere, right? So my point is, just like you said, hey, they had to. This thing didn't change until a superior power came in and got involved. That's what we're saying. Okay, but until then, they was fighting, right? That's what we doing. We saying, hey, look, we just saying we gonna have the door open for whoever wants to come. But that means we got to have the open door for whoever wants to come, and whatever title they have, gangbanger, dope fiend, prostitute, whatever, we still got to have that door open for them, because we don't know what information they're going to hear that may change their life, right? We don't know. We're not, that's not our decision to make. Me and this brother right here, we know that's not our decision to make. That's above our pay grade. Our pay grade is to take you to the line. This is the light. Here's the light to take you to the light. Okay.
But
now,
also,
it's up to you to follow that light.
So but also, but when you come in, you're gonna play by our rules. You're not gonna do what you want to do.
Diamond, I agree with you. All that we agree with. I don't think anybody fought you on anything except for when you're saying you're gonna have these different communities, and without having you haven't explained how that's going to work as far as building our communities and the stuff. So you leaving a lot out there on the street by just saying, hey, we just gonna separate and just go over here. Well, that doesn't explain how that's gonna build this Black community of togetherness by having these other Black people out here on the street. How is that gonna work? See, you haven't done it. So I want you to come back and talk about that. We got to get out of here, man. Is that your last word? Are you
yes, sir.
Interrupt you
before you leave, Diamond, look at the back chat.
I'll look.
That's a Chinese restaurant, right? Oh no, man, that ain't Chinese restaurant. I thought we can call New York and get some Chinese food delivered.
Absolutely, right? You can. Yeah, 24 hours, brother.
All right, Diamond. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And we always appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you for making a very interesting conversation, man. Appreciate you. All right, that was Diamond, man. And now there's just two of us, man. There's just two of us.
Yeah.
The old head. I think I'm gonna call this phone number, man. I'm gonna call this phone number. What time
you
is it
do?
Now? It's 11:39. I'm gonna wait about 2 more hours. I'll call.
All right. Brother, you don't want to play that game, brother. You not want to play that game, brother.
You guys forgot my chopsticks. Can you guys bring my chopsticks? You guys forgot my chopsticks. What, brother? This is Bolo, brother. What you? No. This is a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah. Listen, we could. Listen, you know I'm up at the break of dawn. You know.
I'm not even gonna call your bluff. You win on that one, brother. I'm not even gonna. You win on that one, because I know you have called me. I'll be like, "What's up, brother? How you doing?" This brother Bolo. Huh? What you talking about, man? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, man.
Hello.
I just want to check on you, man. See how you doing. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah. Don't open up that door. Don't open up that door, baby.
I want to thank you for coming on and making it an interesting conversation, man. Appreciate
No,
you.
thank you. Thank you for having me, brother. I thought it was a good conversation. I know, and it's crazy, like I said before, I think that, again, the brother has gone through some things, and
Agreed.
we all, I think we all, to a certain point, we do it, and if we don't deal with the trauma that we have gone through and we let that trauma guide us, we tend to start cutting people off, and that's not our job. Our job is to mark them, absolutely, but our job is to go out there and be the example and teach, and my last words, because I know you got to close up, will be 1 Corinthians 13:7. It says, it's talking about love, and it says, bear all things, love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. If we don't have that, to know that, there is someone out there, there's something, if you don't know who it is, out there bigger than us that is controlling this thing. If you don't believe that, then what are we doing? That's the first thing we need to deal with. So, before we start dealing with the community, we got to start dealing with each other, because, we affect the community. So when you realize that when this is a lonely road, man, this is a scary road, a dangerous road, a deadly road. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think people understand that, bro. See, I don't think people understand it. This is scary.
Especially if they're not plugged in, man. Yeah, they really
absolutely, absolutely. They're trying to save their life, and the more you save your life, is the more you lose it.
Right.
This is what cats don't get. You know what I mean? The more you try to preserve your life when it's not your own. That's why I had to say that to him. You're trying to prolong your life, and it don't belong to you. You're a steward, brother. Your job is to go out there. Listen, if you don't want that responsibility, then don't be a father. Don't be a husband.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to become these things, you have to take on that responsibility. It's not easy, but this is why we have each other.
Yeah.
This is why we have the sisterhood. This is why we have the brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy, man. But thank you for being who you are. Thank you for having the conversation. Thank you for having the platform. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I love you. And we will be on 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Your time.
Finally, we got him. We got him.
Listen, I told you I'm slow, but when I get it, I get it. So everyone learns at their own pace, just like we've been telling Diamond. We all learn it.
I'm gonna be on at 7:00. wait, in the morning or what? At night? What you Eastern time? What's going on?
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Let's figure it out. 7:00, baby. It can only.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Man, thank you, brother. Love you, man.
Love you, man. Holler at you later, man. Peace.
All right.
All right, man. That was Brother Bolo, man. Oh man, I think me and that brother get along so much because shout out to Charles Keys Jr. by the way. But me and that brother get along so much because we're facing the same direction, man. We're in a fixed position. That is right. It's Quran say we're in a fixed position, man. We can't escape this work, man. We can try to put it off. We can try to deny it. But we can't escape, right? We just there's no escape, man. Like Moses, man. There ain't no escape. Jesus, there's no escape. Noah, there's no escape. Jonah, there's no escape. There's no escape, man. You can play games, but it's just on you. You gonna do this work. You gonna do this work, right? I ain't seen one person go to God and say, "Hey, man, I quit. I'm finna do my own thing, man. I'm finna open up a surfboard shop out here at the beach." Okay, you can do what you want to do, but eventually, man, you gonna come back. I done seen dudes walk up to the Nation of Islam, man, be gone for 10, 15 years, man, and then they just walk right. They come back in with their clothes all halfway on, and they come crawling back in. Same thing as church, man. I seen dudes walk out the church, man. I'm good, man. I'm made it to pastor. I know I'm good, man. Why, man? You come crawling back, man. Why? Because you never got it good. We always a student. Mrs. Farkner taught us, man, we all students. That's why I put student in front of all of our names. Any title you got in the Nation of Islam is the student in front of it. So you the student, you the student captain, you the student sister captain, you the student secretary. He put student in front. He said, because we all still students. He said, even himself, he is still a student. 90 years old, he's still studying. He's a student. We all students. We all walking towards perfection. We all working towards perfection. Walking around trying to be that perfection, right? trying to get as close to it as possible, right? In Mecca, they have a stone called the Kaaba stone. And when you get over there, you got to walk around that Kaaba stone, right? All the believers walk around the Kaaba stone, right? And why? Because the Kaaba is the standard. It's the standard by which we should behave. It's solid. It ain't flip-floppy. It's solid. And that's how we should behave. It's solid like that. We should be solid all the time. But we ain't all solid. We human beings. We're going to fall sometime. But we walk around that Kaaba to remind us we got to get as close to that perfection as possible. Get as close to being perfectly solid as possible, right? It's to remind us we on that journey in life. That's the journey in life. They call it the Hajj. It's the journey in life to be as close to God's way as possible. But, you know, it's hard for some of us that are not plugged into the God, man. It's difficult because a lot of the stuff we're going to say going to sound crazy, right? Your life is not your own and stuff like that's going to sound crazy to you. But when you plugged in, you realize, hey, man, if you really want to fix the community, that's going to take a great sacrifice. That's going to take great sacrifice. And that's the main problem in the Black community is we don't have enough men that are willing to sacrifice to make it happen. If we had enough men to sacrifice to make it happen, we could get this done. Is it going to be some dead bodies? Yes. Is it going to be some blood in the street? Yes. Like Brother Malcolm said, you can't have a revolution in thinking even without some blood spilling in the street. There's going to be some blood spilling. If you really want to change things, there's going to be some blood spilling. But it should be the men spilling their blood, not our females, not our children, right? I'm just saying. But we can't even get there until we get to thinking different. We got to get the men to think different. We can't even get to the point where we're willing to line up together, arm in arm, to go out and fight this devil. We can't. We can't even get it like that. Because we got to fight the real devil, the devil of the society, the thinking process. Right? The devil is the spirit of the people, of the person on the inside that's driving us to do these things, right? To do these wicked things that we're doing, because it's a wicked society. This is a wicked society, man. If it wasn't wicked, man, the church everybody would love all of the pastors and preachers, and none of the preachers and pastors would be, they would be doing it just to see the people, come out of the coma that they're in, right? Especially Black people in a coma. You don't even know who you are. You don't realize, man, the story about the Good Samaritan, that's you. You've been hit in the head. You don't remember who you are. You're on the side of the road. What road? You're on the side of the road to prosperity. You on the side. You can't get to prosperity. Why? As a group. Why? Because you're on the side of the road. Somebody hit you over the head and they took your raiment. They took your raiment. What's your raiment? Your name, your religion, your God, your everything that was dear to you, they took it from you. Your name, your culture. Right? You have to find your way to God now, right? You got to find your way to God. Before, God was right there, readily accessible to you. Now they even took that away from you. So now you wicked, not by nature, you wicked by circumstance. Our people are wicked by circumstances. So how can we get them to change? We got to get them to see that they wicked. They don't even think they wicked. Right? They think promiscuity is strength, right? They think knocking down a bunch of women, that's cool. They don't even see how wicked they are. When does a sick man go to the doctor? Bolo asked a good question. When does a sick man go to the doctor? Once he realizes he's sick, once he sees something wrong, that's when he go. But until he sees something wrong, he can have an arrow sticking out of his head. He ain't going to the doctor, especially black men. We ain't gonna go to the doctor, right? We got an arrow in this head, arrow in the head, you know what I'm saying? Big old bump on the back of our back. We ain't going to the doctor, right? Until finally we try to do something. We try to climb on top of somebody, it don't work too good. Then we go, oh, wait a minute, something's wrong here, right? That's our people, man. We walking around sick as a dog. We don't even know it. So when somebody comes to us and say, hey, you sick? We like, what you talking about? I'm cool. But I think we have to have more discussions like this, man, so that we can start, you know, approaching the thing, try to see how we can approach it from different ways. So let's close up shop, y'all. Let's get up out of here, man, because I done held y'all longer. I thought I was going to be here like maybe 3 hours. We did 4:19. But I believe that, you know, I believe Bolo was kind of making some headway there, so I let him go on for a little longer, right? And then I thought Bolo was making a little headway, so I let him go. But let's do the rundown, y'all. First of all, the chat is where it's at. Thank you, Risa Neal, for always being here, man. And even at times when you are, sometimes you can't be because, you know, we got life and ain't nobody up here getting paid, man. All of these people you see in the chat that's helping us, Vaughn, Annie, Risa, Anderson, all of them, man, they here because to try to help push this program, right? Ain't nobody getting paid up here. So shout out to Risa keeping that chat straight. Sean Daylight says, are people traded idolizing the golden calf for idolizing money? Yes, Sean, but they were socialized to do that. Our people wasn't like that before they got here, right? they got here and something happened. The exposure to a certain type of culture and lifestyle made them like that. And now they think they have to be that way to survive, right? See, the difference between us and the Asians came over here with their culture, right? The European came over here with his culture. Everybody else came over here. The Jew came over here with his culture. We came over here and our culture was instantly ripped away from us. Our thinking process of how to maintain our communities ripped away from us. Our language, right? The European came over here with his language, right? The Asian came over here with his language, with his traditions. All that stripped away from us, right? They broke us down to nothing, told us we was nothing, right? How do you think people are going to do if you tell them they're nothing for 400 years? They're going to internalize that thinking at some point and reproduce it in their children, where black women would tell their grown sons, don't fight the white man. Don't fight the slave master. What should happen to a slave master? Right? Death, nothing but death should happen to a slave master. I don't care what color the slave is, and I don't care what color the slave master is. Nothing but death should happen to a chattel slave master. Where we come from, slavery was a mercy, right? You got the old men and the women in a war, and the old women and the men are hiding under these tables and behind in the bushes somewhere. You don't just euthanize everybody. You take them back. You say, okay, look, if you're willing to work off, work to become a citizen in our community, but you got to be a slave first. You got to show us that you're going to obey our laws now. It was a mercy. But of course, the European got a hold of it, man, and turned it out, right? In the misunderstanding of how to operate that situation. But those are a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing. But you're right, Sean. Our people did trade idolizing for something else. But why? Because they lost their way, right? They lost their way. They took their eye off of God and started saying, right? God told them, hey, look, baby, I gave you everything you need. I gave you everything you need. We want a king. We want a ruler. We want a king. What you mean you need a king? We want a ruler. We want a ruler that we can see. Wait, what? I gave you everything you need. You don't need no ruler. They said, we want a ruler in the, he said, okay, I'm going to give you a ruler in the earth. You got a ruler. Okay, I'm going to let you have a ruler in the earth. Angels told God, hey, what you doing? God, what's up? If you the best of everything, if you're going to give them something other than you, that's not going to be good. But God said, surely I know what you know not, right? Surely I know what you know not. Right? But the people wanted it, right? They took their eye off of God. Now we all paying for it. We all paying for it. So how can we put that genie back in the bottle? We got to get back, reconnect with God, right? Esau, Jesus came to tell us that. He said, hey, there's a way out for you, right? Why? Because the situation was one way when Noah came. Noah came and the situation was one way. It was handled that way, right? But after that, the situation became even more complex. Now you can't send Noah. You got to send Moses now because the situation is way out of hand, right? Then they handled it another way with Moses. And then by the time you get to by the time Jesus hits the scene, the situation is completely out of control, right? It's completely off the radar, right? Stuff that Moses wouldn't have never been able to deal with the stuff in Jesus' time. Noah would never have been able to deal with the stuff that Moses was dealing with. It just keeps getting more complex. It keeps getting more complex. Now we're going to have somebody come along, brother, that actually going to deal with it, say, here. And so he's been telling us, this is the way you should go. Because the other way is going to be the lake of fire. What's the lake of fire? What's the lake of fire? That's constant heat. Like you got now. You got the constant heat, right? Another bill. 1 month, another bill comes, and another bill comes, and another bill comes, and another month, and another set of bills come. You constantly got this heat. You got this fire on you, right? But we got the way to deal with that heat, right? Like the 3 brothers in the oven, right? Even though the heat was on, they wasn't feeling it, right? They wasn't feeling it because the God was with them. They was plugged into the God, right? We got to get our people, man, like Bolo was saying. We got to get our people to plug back into the God, man. That's all we doing. And so I respect my brother Bolo. My brother Bolo respect. We actually love each other. But I respect his work. He respect my work. And so part of what I'm saying is I can't tell you, oh, you got to be a Muslim. That's because it's all methodology to me. Christian, Jew, Buddhist, Jew. This is all methodology. You got the number one thing you got to do is find God and create that relationship there. That's between you and that God. Now, the methodology that you use to get there, that's a personal decision. That's like me going into your bed saying, okay, you do 10 minutes of missionary, and then you do 10 minutes doggy style, and then you do, that's a personal thing between you and your wife. Who am I to come in and say, this is how I do it. This is how I do it, so this is how you got to do it. And you got to find your own way with your own wife. Well, the same way. You think God ain't mighty enough to have relationships with billions of people at the same time? Come on now. So that's what we here to do. I'm not here to tell you, you got to be a Christian. All I'm telling you is you got to find a higher power, brother. Sean said, yes. Anyway, sorry about that, y'all. Brother Sean said we need more men to subscribe to righteousness. Yeah, we do. Yeah, but that's what we try. That's what we try to do, Brother Sean. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people here, or if you go over to Bolo TV, the Village, you go over there and subscribe. We just trying to get you to get a connection to God. Do I have the right connection for you? I don't know. Maybe you got to investigate it, right? But I'm not here to tell you, oh, well, this ain't what you doing, right? This ain't, I can't tell you this is the right thing for you. Because maybe the methodology of Islam ain't the thing. Maybe the methodology of Christianity is. Maybe the methodology of Judaism is. Maybe the methodology of Buddhism is. Those are things that you have to check out and see for yourself. How is this for me? How does this make sense for me? Based on what I grew up in, based on what I've been taught, based on my experiences in life, is this right for me? No, it's not. Or yes, it is, right? So Brother Sean said we need more men to subscribe to righteousness. We do, but righteousness here's the problem, Brother Sean. Righteousness is not sexy. You don't get a lot of women. And our brothers, the brotherhood has been taught that the man, a successful man has women, money, and things. That's a successful man. Not people around him that loves him, not a connection to God. Those things are not considered success in the Black community with men. All right? But we're going to talk about this stuff more, man. Let's continue on. A shout out to the chat. The chat's where it's at. Thank you guys for being such great people in the chat, asking great questions. Shout out to our chat supervisor, super advisor, Risa Neal, our sniper. Man, I'm telling you, man, it's a great thing. You got to have an enforcer out there, man. You got to have somebody who's going to keep things cool out there. And, Risa's that person, man. So shout out to Risa. Thank you, Risa, for staying up with us this late. We're about to close it out. Shout out to everybody else in the chat, Steady, Bolo, everybody, Charles, Anderson, everybody, Vaughn, everybody out there in the chat. We appreciate y'all. Everybody in the bushes. We appreciate all of y'all, man. Thank you. But shout out to the chat. The chat's where it's at. Very solid performance from the chat. As always, very solid, very strong. Who was on the stage today? Brother Diamond asked, man, what about Diamond, man? Diamond came in, kind of came in a little soft, but then, man, he came in hard after a while, man. He was coming hard, man. He was throwing the Gensu knives, right? He throwing the Gensu knives, but he came in, man. But shout out to that brother, man. Brother made a good conversation, man. Made a very good conversation, man. Peace be to you too as well, Brother Sean. But the brother made the conversation go tonight. Shout out to Diamond, right? Even though he's crazy, I don't see how we gonna make this thing work by just kicking everybody out, right? Shout out to Diamond, man. Who else was on, man? Oh, but very strong performance from Diamond, as always. As always, that's what you're gonna get from Diamond, man. He's definitely gonna stand on the square, and I like that about the brother, man. I hopefully he'll at least entertain some of the things we was talking about today. But that's a good brother, man. That's a good brother. Who else was on the show today? Brother Bolo TV, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, get on over there and subscribe to Bolo TV, man. Check him out. That's where you're gonna get the real, right? Where you're gonna say, hey, Bolo, Clarence said, that Judas, he had $5 in his pocket. And Bolo be like, well, this is what he meant to say, right? He had 13 pieces of silver. This is what he meant to say, right? Bolo clean up my scriptural faux pas, right? But they know, man, you go over to the village, man. They got a lot of good conversation, just like they had just here. Plus, no question is out of bounds, man. No question. As long as it's respectful, no question is out of bounds over there, man. And they do a lot of teaching from the book, man. So you get on over there and get you some information about the book, man. If you're really thinking about turning your life around, changing your life, and you want to get some information, some scriptural information about it. But we're scripturally based, but not as deep as them. You know what I mean? We're more, we talk about more of the stuff straight up. But we do hit a scripture here and there. And we will hit a scripture there. But I mean, if you go over to the village, they will hit a scripture. They will drop a scripture on you like, they are very scripturally based. But at the same time, they talk about a lot of issues, everyday issues too as well. as it relates to the scripture. So go over there, check them out, man. And check us out too, man, because we try to, be righteous over here a little bit, right? But shout out to Bolo TV, man. Check him out. How do you think Bolo TV did today? Very solid, very solid. I thought he was making some headway. I said, man, I was about to shut the show down, but I said, man, this dude he's breaking through the ice, right? So I said, let me give him a few more minutes, man, to break through the ice, right? It's a shout out to Bolo TV. Plus, there was a very good friend of mine, man. Shout out to that brother. Good dude, man. Good dude. We're gonna get together, man. We're gonna buy him a snow shovel, man, because he needs one out there in the NYC, right? Oh man, but very solid performance from Bolo. Very solid, very strong as always. And what about Black Man Unfiltered? He dipped his toe in for a minute, man. But shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Go on over there. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, get on over and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered, man. Check him out and see, man. He got a lot of good programs over there, man. Got a lot of good different programs over there, man. Now, Black Man don't always agree with me, but definitely he's a good content creator, man. Go on over and check him out, man. Give him a shot. Check out his content. Oh, Hink, I think Hink was over here too. Hink 75. Check out Hink 75 too if you get a chance. Check him out too as well. All right, y'all, we're going to get on out of here, man. Strong performance from Black Man Unfiltered as always. Very solid. All right, y'all, we are got to get out of here, man. Go check out Bolo tomorrow morning, I think 7 a.m. Eastern time. So that's 4 a.m. my time. So out here on the West Coast, that's 4 a.m. if you're out here on the West Coast. But check out Bolo TV. If you want to get up, some of us need some enlightenment in the morning, man. You just want to hear good scripture. The brother don't have you on there long. Sometimes he have you on there for 15, 20 minutes, just going over some scripture, going over some things to think about why the days to start your day with, man. And who can not argue with that, man? Who can argue with that? Go over there and get some. All right, y'all. I will see y'all the next time we see y'all. Probably today's Thursday. We'll see y'all on Sunday for sure. All right, y'all. Peace.